Alright, what's up everyone? I'm doing okay. Yeah, I do like it. It is a pretty good track. Okay, so big thing here. Just make sure that the mic is good. Yeah, it is. Okay. So, the big thing here is this is a work night. So, I'm only going to give myself 4 hours to do part 1, and anything that we don't get done, it has to wait until Tuesday of next week. Because I just don't have the time to go through everything tonight within 4 hours, and I assume this is going to be longer than 4 hours. So just going to give you guys that heads up, because I do need sleep, because I do work the next day, and I go to work at 4 in the morning, so I won't have the time. That said, let's get as much as we can done tonight. This does look short, but it might be beefy, so we'll see what happens. We're going to start basically immediately. Let me get this out of the way. For now. That's very good animation, yeah. $2074 X month X day night 11:42. I assume that's AM. Assuming that's military time, or 24-hour clock. Underneath the abandoned mine, a precise base is operating in an orderly manner. In a clean, tidy, and technologically advanced research room, a woman in a white coat rests her feet on a console, chewing gum and lazily typing on the keyboard. You're cute. Bored. Bored on duty, so boring. She turned her head, reached out and entered a string of passwords, then squinted her eyes and stared at the screen. Hey, Xiahua. How are you feeling today? You're growing up pretty well. In the lab, the other researchers are seriously focused on their work, in sharp contrast to her frivolous attitude. Hey Sapo, how's it going? The woman seemed bored and suddenly sat up straight, clearing her throat and pretending to be serious. record on the 217th day of the Class Particle Attachment Carrier's cultivation experiment. Sample P17 responded well to the new culture medium, and the success rate of this batch of experiments was as high as 8%. As soon as she finished speaking, she resumed her lazy posture, chewing gum and blowing bubbles in her mouth. Hey, today's day is really beautiful. I love maniacs. If that little cutie were still here, I can't even imagine how fast our research progress can be. I'm really looking forward to it. She rotated the chair, slid to another workstation, opened an encrypted folder, entered new data into the system, and marked it as Park Sync Test. She dragged the file into the database marked as Cocoon. Oleg, that guy shouldn't be far from being finished, right? If the amusement part cannot be established, it's time to start a backup. Identity verification is required. I, the great Chilovig, the brightest star of Paradise, the smartest genius, the most... Identification successful. Welcome, research supervisor. Chilovig pouted discontently, as if dissatisfied with her words being interrupted. You don't fun at all. Never mind. Let's see where our little flower can bloom. This is called Lunar Translator. Chilovig G. Open and encrypted... Hold on. That's probably what she was calling herself. Chilovig opened an encrypted email and began to search one by one with great interest. Oh, how could a little flower grow up on its own? Oh, woo. Chilovig clicked on the intelligence emails and read it carefully. Surprisingly, this little flower was cultivated here? Through the ceremony, we can still connect with that guy's virtual vision. Maybe it's a good carrier. Chilovig clicked on the attachment, and a photo of a girl with hair like wings was inside, marked as surveillance. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible vibration entered the room, and the laboratory lights flickered briefly. It's an earthquake! It's the end of the world! Yes, it is! The other people in the room didn't react at all to Chilovig's exaggerated performance, as if they had become accustomed to it. But suddenly, Chilovig stood up abruptly. Her playful smile disappeared in an instant, and with a turn of her hand, she opened the communication. Guard, all of you in the entire class are now going to Area A to check the security scanner and report to me on the surrounding conditions of Area A. Executive Director? Everything is normal in Zone A. There's nothing... I didn't ask for your opinion. Send someone to investigate now. Immediately. She quickly moved to the security console and entered a complex code under the puzzled gaze of other researchers. Understood. We will immediately go to Zone A and to check the safety situation. Did something happen, Supervisor? It's not a big deal. We just have guests. Yes? Supervisor, there are often earthquakes around here. It may have just been... Chilovig squinted her eyes and stared fixedly at the surveillance screen in front of her. On the surveillance screen, real-time footage of various areas of the base is displayed. Although there doesn't seem to be any abnormalities, Chilovig still looks thoughtful. Chilovig smiled and shook her head, extending a finger to make a gesture of silence. Abnormal moving object detected in the peripheral thermal imaging scan of Zone A with speed exceeding the parameter range. Chilovig clapped their hands excitedly. I said they were guests! Now it's not boring anymore! How do you know? You have to trust the intuition of a genius. I can feel even the slightest difference in this lab. Everyone, activate the emergency sealing agreement. You still had 10 minutes to escape. Do you remember where you evacuated during the safety training? Hurry up and move. The researchers were at a loss for what to do with a sudden command, and almost everyone froze in place. Chilovig sneered discontentedly, revealing a fierce and angry expression. I mean right away! The researchers were startled by Chilovig's roar, and panic spread to the crowd in an instant. The researchers hurriedly rushed outside the door. Thank you. Chilovig turned around and blinked, her expression returning from a harsh and stern demeanor to a playful one. She was soon the only one left in the office. She calmly returned to the workbench and sat back in her chair. It's still interesting like this. System, activate the 48 emergency plan. Authorize the use of special transfer databases. And implement emergency encryption. Authorization code. Stardust Ballet Red Magic Cube. Encryption start. Please select the data block for priority protection. Let me think. The resonance data of Epiphyllum and... I also saved that. Our guest may be interested in this. The interface on the screen begins to read. While waiting in boredom, Chilovig tilts her head and takes out a uniquely shaped handgun from the drawer, elegantly spinning a bolt in her hand. I guess at this level, I guess it's the Zelinsky faction. No. Could be the Liffenstahl faction? Well, it's not their style either. Report! We need support! The communication abruptly stopped, only hearing a scream and the sounds of bones breaking. Wow, it sounds like our guests are not very friendly. Hello, Mr. or Miss Invader. Would you be interested in stopping for a cup of tea? I got good Darjeeling here. On the other side of communication, there's only a static sound as a response. Oh, that's really impolite. Chilovig shrugged and pressed the red button. In an instant, the entire base sounded an alarm. She put the communication microphone close to her mouth. Attention, dear colleagues. We have an unexpected guest coming. Security personnel, please treat our guest well. Don't see I didn't remind you. They seem very capable. So, good luck to you. Oh, almost forgot. I just activated the emergency storage protocol, and the base will self-destruct and explode in 10 minutes. Oh, there's only 10 minutes left. It's already early enough. Don't see it, I didn't give you enough chance to escape. From the communication receiver, a chaotic sound came out, with alarm sounds echoing one after another. Chilovig pressed the mute button and slid the chair back to the surveillance screen. Watching the security personnel in Zone A being knocked down on the surveillance screen, she couldn't help but shake her head and stare. So useless. She squinted her eyes and looked at the figure in the picture that was moving at high speed, flashing by, and even if the slow playback was locked, she couldn't see it clearly. Is it just one person? She quickly switched to the surveillance in Zone B and stared at the screen for a few seconds. It really was just one person who killed all the guards. She slammed the table and stood up, couldn't help but snap her fingers and hum a tune, obviously feeling very excited. It must be them. It must be them. She sat back in the chair, spun around, picked up a small remote control on the table, and pressed the button. Now it's only 8 minutes left. I have to find a way to welcome them and add some music. She thoughtfully pressed the button again. The broadcasting system on the base suddenly started playing cheerful classical music. Inside the surveillance footage, the ghostly shadow suddenly paused for a moment, seeming somewhat puzzled by this. Chilovig looked at the surveillance camera, put down the remote control, hummed the tune to the broadcast music, stood up, and danced a social dance in place. But in less than 10 seconds, all the lights in the laboratory suddenly went out and the music abruptly stopped. Hey, who cut off my music? It's so tasteless. Despite complaining, she quickly concealed herself and groped around in the darkness, putting on a pair of glasses and pressing the side of the frame. The dimly lit room suddenly brightened up with her field of vision. This also made her see a figure silently descending from the ventilation opening. Oh my goodness. She murmured softly to herself. It's Alva herself. In the darkness, she looked at the person who came. Chilovig, who was well prepared, pulled the trigger first, but the other party was faster than her, dodging like lightning and instantly drawing out the gun to counterattack. 3 bullets flashed deadly flames in the darkness. Chilovig's knees and wrists suddenly felt severe pain, and she fell to the ground in an instant. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat, curled up on the ground, watching a computer terminal that was pierced by her own bullet and emitting sparks. Her tone was still teasing. Do you know how much it would cost to fix this? Someone approached Chilovig, crouched down, and placed her cold fingers on Chilovig's neck. You are no ordinary researcher. Chilovig lifted her hand, which had just covered the wound on her knee, and bowed exaggeratedly. Her palms were covered in sticky blood that almost solidified, emitting a nauseating stench. Thank you for your compliment. Chilovig, Chief Research Director of the 17th Research Center, at your service. Oh, and by the way, I'm your super fan, Miss Snow Wolf. Can we take a photo together? Actually, I should call you Miss Alpha. Do I remember correctly? You know me. Of course! The legendary member of the Device Squad. I have collected all your operation data from Berlin and Frankfurt. Your hacking skill and tactical literacy are excellent. I guess the attack by that guy outside is just a cover-up. Are you really responsible for executing the core mission? You are simply a work of art. Can you please sign your name? Oh, wait a minute. I'm having some difficulty moving right now. Don't play tricks. Alva spoke coldly, her fingers pressing on Chilovig's neck, turning to grab her, while her other hand touched all the items on her body. 2 ballpoint pens, some empty test tube bottles, and a magazine. None of this is important. What's important is she didn't touch Chilovig's heartbeat. Anita. Oh, she didn't feel her heartbeat. You're Anita. She gave Chilovig a disdainful glance, and she shrugged her shoulders in a self-deprecating manner. What are you researching here? Chilovig blinked and lowered her voice slightly. You want to know? Alva pinched harder, causing her to gasp in pain. Flowers and flowers. Beautiful flowers. Of course it's not an ordinary flower. It's a special species that can attract butterflies. We only lack suitable soil. Her eyes glanced at the hidden timer. There were still 5 minutes left. Alva noticed her gaze, but didn't need to look and knew what she was thinking. Attention, there's only 5 minutes left. Well, if I had known it was you coming, I wouldn't have been in such a hurry to destroy this place. Alva ignored Chilovig's crazy words, released her, then turned to the damaged computer terminal and began something. White Mystique report. Zone A is silent. Over. Snowwolf received. Wow, the doll there must be AK-15, right? Today is definitely my lucky day. White Mystique. The base will self-destruct. Mark the convergence position and guide you. Done. White Mystique received the same instructions as before. Expected to arrive at the rendezvous location in 30 seconds. Over. AK-15. No. She should be called Mastifa now, right? If she weren't to interrogate me, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Then I had to hurry. Chilovig looks regretful, with an unnatural bump on her cheek. Don't move. Alva seemed to have realized something and quickly grabbed Chilovig's mouth, forcibly prying her open. She forcibly pulled out Chilovig's metal tooth. It's too late. Chilovig started vomiting blood, obviously not just because her teeth were just pulled out. There's only 4 minutes left now. Miss Snowwolf, you must hurry up. Before she could finish speaking, Chilovig suddenly widened her eyes and let out a few fresh sounds from her throat. In that second, she straightened her body and fell to the ground. Her gaze became hollow, but the corners of her mouth still held that eerie smile, as if her last expression before death had been forever frozen. Alva turned around and took out an instrument that resembled a collar from her tactical backpack. She pulled out a data cable from it and connected it to the instrument that was still sparking in front of her. She took out her portable tablet, and as the data cable connected, a large amount of data streams began to roll on the tablet. Faced with the cumbersome and complex screen, Alva moved her fingers, opened her palm, and a hair-thin auxiliary finger popped out of her fingertips, covering the keyboard together with her slender fingers. The sound of tapping echoed like a gust of wind and rain, and the 10 fingers and auxiliary fingers turned into remnants, dancing rapidly on the keyboard. The intense movement of the sparrow's fingers suddenly came to an abrupt end, and the faint green light on the screen was reflected in Alva's blue eyes, causing her to be slightly stunned. Cocoon, subroutine. Entry, 043 incubation data. The overly familiar content made Alva pause and click into the file. 043 was hashed here? Detailed experimental records, including all the processes from the mother to hatching, even recording daily temperature, humidity, and microbial humidity conditions in the culture dish during the growth process of 043, which exceeds Alva's knowledge. And 043 number 19. It seems that more than one of the same experimental products has been born in this base. In the end, only one finished product was left here. The shocking images were imprinted in Alva's eyes one by one. She glanced at the progress of the data copying and then continued to browse through the 043 file. To Alva's surprise, as the birth of 043, this file has not yet ended. Ultimately, the file named Cocoon had already aroused her vigilance. Parks? Plants? Her fingers slightly tapped on the keyboard, opening a more encrypted data partition. A folder named Link Project Gerard Group appears on the screen. Alva is not surprised to see the name Gerard Group here. Neither am I, by the way. Although not much information was leaked through public media about the events that occurred in the state of Odessa, it is not difficult to obtain this information for those who have rebelled. The combination of amusement park plan and Gerard Group is not uncommon. This is not a secret project. On the contrary, Gerard Group spared no effort in promoting this technology, even temporarily curbing their plummeting stock price trend. Coincidentally, the promotion and packaging of this project came shortly after the scandal in Odessa. In the description of the Gerard Group, the amusement park plan is a brand new energy plan aimed at bringing more abundant, cleaner, and epoch-making energy use to all mankind. However, Alva is very clear about it. Once anything is associated with Paradise, its essence must be. While Alva was thinking, a series of epiphyllum cultivation data and radiation test charts appeared on the screen, displaying astonishing values and abnormal growth patterns. Particle resonance amplifier? She rolled the screen and continued reading. Epiphyllum culture experiment. Use series samples. Absorption and release efficiency increased by 217%. Just as Alva wanted to continue her search, an encryption wall prevented her from further searching. She tried to crack it, but time was running out. Amusement park plan. Alva once again silently recited the name of the plan, and this time it was a completely different emotion. Why did Gerard start the epiphyllum with Paradise? What is their purpose? What does Gerard want to do? What role does 043 play in this plan? Visit Alva was lost in thought. I think it's Mustafa? Mountains-like figure kicked open the door in the laboratory. You know, as she does. Her silver white hair remained sharp and agile. fluttering and dancing with her firm steps, faintly revealing a few bright red hues in the silver. Not sure who Kevin is. I know a Kevin, but I don't think that's the Kevin I know. Kevin did not stop the plane transporting the evacuees. She will continue to track it. It's okay. It's not Agent K. Agent K is called Kane Schwaben. Alva glanced sideways at the other side of the screen. There are 3 minutes left until self-destruction. Data? Alva inserted the data cable pulled out of the collar into the socket on her neck, and then a green light curtain quickly rolled up in her eyes. And while Alva was searching for data, Mustafa naturally stood beside her, guarding the surroundings. About 30 seconds later, Alva came to her senses and unplugged the data cable, appearing less satisfied. Only a part hasn't cracked, and the decryption of deep data is not yet complete. The incubation data of O43 is almost incomplete. But I found some information about the amusement park plan. Amusement park plan? Recent project publicly announced by the Gerard Group seems to be a research project on plant control collapsed particle energy release. Masifa furrowed her brow. Is it the same thing as the mimetic graph? With Gerard's strength, the research level should not reach this height, and what they are really studying are still the dead of Paradis. Alva glanced at Chilovig on the ground and then turned her attention back to the file. They're more like genuinely believing that this research can help them come back to life. I'm afraid Paradis only needs their money and not really disclosed it to the Gerard Group. Nixon. However, it seems that the mention of O43 in the amusement park plan is a newly modified content. Can't you see it? Most of the content has been destroyed. Oh, instead of see, she probably meant read. Can't you read it? Most of the content has been destroyed. What about the other files? There's no time to crack it. It's okay. We've already gained enough. Let Kevin check the place and that have contact with this base, and don't let those researchers go. Send the copy data to Anna later, and decrypt the things that cannot be read by conventional means. Wait a moment. Alva carried a gun behind her and took out a constantly vibrating communicator from her tactical backpack. When she saw the communicator, Masifa also dropped and stood still, silently watching. The communicator is like a Rubik's Cube, and Alva rotated several times to align the pattern of the communicator. With a pop sound, the communicator seemed to have been untied, slowly opening a gap, and a tiny light shone out from inside. Alva stared at the light motionless, as if analyzing something. After a moment, she had a reaction. Notify Mona. That's a lot of familiar names. Mona too? Notify Mona to evacuate and have the transport plane immediately take us to the new coordinates. We have a new arrangement. Will she return to the team? Not yet. There are still many things within the consortium that needs to be explored by her. I also missed her, Mr. Masipa, but we need to focus on the task. Masipa paused for a moment and looked at Alva, asking, "What did she say?" There are signs of Jiraku jumping over the wall in a hurry. We need to go to Lviv to ensure that there are no unexpected actions. Over there? Actions at the Namfa. She wants us to closely monitor her. I understand. I will. Let's withdraw. Masifa did not respond and immediately turned around and ran towards the evacuation location. Following behind her, Alva affectionately stroked the communicator in her hand with her thumb, then put it back in her bag, carried her weapon, and turned around to leave. As the figure left, the fallen Chilovig had begun to slowly melt, and her originally human-like face had become indescribable. But this disgusting scene didn't last long, and a huge explosion erupted, turning everything here into ashes. Alright. Continue. Was that an explosion? It was an explosion. Yeah, quite a few name drops. I woke up from bed. It's been a long time since I slept soundly for such a long time. The sky outside the window was already brightened up, and the Elmo is cruising steadily under the preset autonomous driving program, with a monotonous and stable rhythm like the scenery in the Yellow Zone. After washing up, I went to the command center early, and the on-duty Groza was monitoring the situation around the command center. Seeing me coming over, Groza brewed a cup of coffee as usual and placed it in front of my seat. I nodded in gratitude to her, looked at the course trajectory, and looked up at Groza to ask, "Is there no risk on the scheduled route?" I haven't found any units that can threaten the Elmo at the moment. I think the chosen trajectory should have been carefully considered. I think so. According to the predicted intersection of our route with the legal air route, the contact time may be 7 minutes, 125 minutes, and 3:14 minutes later. We just need to drive according to the plan. Understood. I stretched lazily and started checking various tasks on the terminal. The terminal displays green dots representing several teams that are out on missions. They are proceeding in an orderly manner according to the planned route, and the task logs sent back indicate that everything is normal as present. Seems everyone's task went smoothly. Clicking on the task list, I am looking at a key target named Sugar Squad. After several days of trekking, Haruda and Majito, what those names translate to, not sure, are getting closer and closer to destination. The level 13 satellite city located around Lviv. Although the two dolls carrying out this task are both reliable, I couldn't help but worry about the attention we received along the way when you're targeting, or when the target they're escorting was still on the Elmo. I turned on the communication device on the Elmo, entered the code, and regular contact channel with the Trigger Squad was connected. Good morning, Commander. You're still as punctual as ever. Morning. How's it going? Did everything go smoothly on the way? Haven't encountered any trouble yet. Due to suspected signs of being trapped, we managed to get off the intercontinental train in advance and provided supplies at the temporary supply point in the Yellow District yesterday. Although the travel speed is slower than planned, it is a safer choice for this task. Now Macchiato is undergoing final inspection and preparation, and after preparation, the target will be transported to the designated city by transport vehicles. The strictness of road entry is much slower than that of the intercontinental trains, and we'll have to find a way to further regulate it. If everything goes smoothly, we expect to arrive at the scheduled handover location in 2 days. Well done. Yeah, worked hard all the way through most of the Uranus Sea with such prominent target. With such a prominent target. No, it's fine. Honestly. It's in September and not sooner, but it's still happening, so that's a good thing. Don't misunderstand me. This Dandelions VIP privileges and the intelligence network that Bang Tang has been carefully managing for a long time. I wonder what Bang Tang translates to. However, speaking of which, even with sufficient preparation beforehand, our journey over was surprisingly smooth. Especially for tasks that span the entire Yellow Zone. The enemy who was most likely to forcefully attack has not responded. Are you referring to Paradise? Yes, I thought with such a prominent goal, I would definitely encounter them halfway through. In order to cope with the encounter, Macchiato prepared meaning weapons that did not quite match her style. But now it seems that this concern is a bit overthinking. Or it was a bit much, is what I would say. Even they do not dare do anything openly on the intercontinental trains. But don't take it lightly. Maybe they're lurking around you. Make a lot of sense. We will be careful. By the way, how is Helena's condition? She has always been under the protection of the defense system, and her condition has remained stable since getting on the train until now. When the road enters customs, I will hide her in the deepest part of the transport's car cabin. I set up a layer of camouflage outside to handle the X-ray scanning during clearance. I will find a familiar informant to help with the customs clearance procedures. Although policies seem to be tightening in recent days, I should barely make it to the time agreed with. Oh man, her name's blanking. I'll just say Miss Leia for now. Leva, that's what Miss Leva. Well, keep in touch. The Elmo is also heading towards Lviv, and we'll meet you then. Understood. You must also be careful on the way. No. Because the commander won't bang the main girls. Communication ends. After hanging up the communication, I finally felt a little more at ease. The task of escorting Helena went smoothly, and all previous tasks were completed without any danger. I feel like the previous predicament has passed. Upon hearing my estimation, Groza paused for a moment and then responded with a smile. It's indeed going smoothly, but Commander, we can't let our guard down just yet. Yeah, I understand. That's natural. Both Groza and I completed tasks at hand with astonishing efficiency. I leaned back in my chair and stretched lazily, hearing the noise of other dolls inside the base car. The dolls aboard the Elmo have also finished their own affairs and seem to be gathering together to chat. The laughter and chatter entered the climax of the conversation and occasionally entered the command room with a few words. Butterfly, silent whispers, never fallen asleep. So that's why he didn't sleep all night. That's Krolik and Nemesis arguing. Miss Mei Ling, may I ask if you have any preferences? Oh, me? At this moment, Saddle Laxi? Hey, I say you don't have to wake up so early, do you? What time is it? Get up quickly and complete the shooting training for me. Center Racy, okay, yeah. Without a doubt, it was the voice of Mekti and Kukai. Perhaps the recent events have been too tumultuous, and the brief calmness in front of me has given me an unreal feeling. But just before, I was just an ordinary bounty hunter driving the Elmo around the Yellow Zone. This ordinary daily routine should have been my life. Is it because there are many former companions in the car? Apart from the Groza squad, the 404 squad, and the Sugar squad, I'm guessing that's Zucchero actually. The Zucchero squad. I never thought that one day I would be lucky enough to meet everyone again safely. The same reunion always gives me a sense of relief after a disaster. However, I know deep down that this is not the exact reason why I feel unreal. Smash all illusions, bring me back to the memories of the past that are only occasionally recalled and can evoke a myriad of emotions. All because of the confrontation with Paradis. That's right, Paradis. The evil force that almost destroyed 10 years ago has reappeared before my eyes. 10 years of compromise did not bring about a stable situation, nor even a brief peace, but only gave the enemy a breathing space, giving them a chance to regain their strength. When I think about how they have been operating under my nose for the past decade, an uncontrollable anger arises in my heart. No, I absolutely cannot allow such a thing to happen, or rather, to happen again. At least let me. Commander, the radar has detected a helicopter approaching the Elmo with an altitude of 300 meters and distance of about 2 kilometers. Their heading is exactly the same as ours. It seems that our guests have arrived. I switched to the external camera, adjusted the focus, and locked the helicopter. This is the brand new military helicopter, painted in the latest standard style of the new Soviet Army, with the only abrupt feature being the emblem of the Russian Federation printed on it. They're sending communication requests and seem to want to land on the Elmo. Connect them. Elmo, this is the Special Operations Group of the NAMFA of the URNC. Request a brief stay on your ship. Repeat. We request a brief stay on your ship. Granted. Understood. The line instructions have been connected. Welcome to the Elmo. Nampha. I took a deep breath and tidied up my clothes. I have done enough psychological instruction for a long time, so I will definitely be able to speak up completely this time, right? At this point, the courage I had already gathered was a little discouraged. I shook my head and tried my best to forget those bad thoughts. Rosa, I'm going to receive guests. Notify everyone to remain vigilant, but do not engage in any hostile actions. Rosa nodded, and then she made a cheering gesture to me. Bender, you're fine. Well, thank you. I walked towards the top floor. The helicopter quickly landed on the deck of the Elmo, but after coming to a complete stop, the engine was not turned off and the propeller on top of the plane was still spinning at high speed, indicating that this was a brief visit. The cabin door opened, and a well-dressed officer walked down quickly, followed by a figure he hadn't seen in 10 years. His hair is grayer than I remember, and the wrinkles on his face are deeper, but even though I haven't seen him for 10 years, his unique temperament doesn't make me feel unfamiliar at all. Woo! Man, you got a makeover, dude. Like, he slicked his hair back, he got on a new suit. It's like, I expect him to like snap his fingers and have like 5 girls that just walk up to him and start rubbing his chest. Yeah. He looks flat. Damn. What's up, dude? Hoping that man right now. Yeah, that's my response. It's like, yo. Mr. Krueger? Give me 5 minutes. He spoke to the officer beside him, who nodded and retreated to the helicopter. You need to be so surprised to see me. I thought. You thought it was Kalina came to meet, right? Don't worry. You have a chance to meet. Sorry, sir. That's not what I meant. Krueger smiled and shook his head, glanced at the helicopter, then turned back and said to me, "We need to talk, but our time is limited." I looked at the soldiers by the helicopter and basically guessed Krueger's intention. I nodded to him and led him towards the distance. Krueger, my chicken. The fuck? We walked to the edge of the top deck and looked towards the wilderness in the distance. The bitter taste in the air has decreased significantly compared to before, and the sunlight shines on Krueger, outlining a clear outline. He is much older than 10 years ago, with deeper wrinkles on the corner of his eyes and completely grained sideburns. I know we shouldn't have bothered you. Kalina's choice is her personal judgment, and if it had caused any inconvenience to you, I apologize on her behalf. Sir, how can I bear to hear you say that? Moreover, her actions hold great significance for me. It is precisely because of the task she assigned to me that I am able to learn more important information. I understand. That's your nuts, and it's also our nuts. Yes, that is Krueger. I just expect Krueger to pull out a pimp cane, dude. Like, he looks way too sharp. I didn't respond, but waited quietly for Krueger to start talking about the key points. Let me get straight to the points. The last doll riot incident in Odessa was already noticed by the senior management of UNNC. I have obtained comprehensive investigation authority over the Girard group. Krueger turned to me. I don't think I need to explain. Do you know what they are supporting behind the scenes? Right, Paradis. We have long heard of the collusion between the consortium and Paradis. We have been tracking this case for over 2 years now, but it's time to settle it. How are you planning to settle it? We have sufficient evidence, and the 043 Helena that was previously handed over to you is also a very important piece of evidence. As calling that little girl evidence may make you uncomfortable, but she is indeed crucial. Tomorrow, I will go to Lviv, and after receiving 043, we will hand over the material to the prosecution department. Yeah, I filed a lawsuit with the High Court of the Eastern European Administration region, accusing the Orlov group of colluding, well, I'm guessing that's a Girard group, maybe, colluding with Paradis to conduct illegal experiments. Next, a public trial will be launched in Lviv for all those who have committed crimes. A public trial? Right. Couldn't related individuals be directed, controlled? Although we are law enforcement agencies, we must also obtain permission before we can take action. The litigation process will start at least 1 year ago, during which Paradis will definitely, why did I say Paladin? Well, Paradis will definitely continue to conduct experiments. However, in areas outside of the control zone of the Yellow District, or the Yellow Zone, with UNNC's actual execution power, even if the lawsuit is completed, it may not be necessarily improved. Procedural justice is sometimes more important than firearms. As long as a consortium collapses, Paradis will lose its biggest cash backer, which can undermine the foundation of their operations. If our actions will only stop at striking those bases, even if we can destroy one of their experimental bases, who knows how many such bases they have hidden elsewhere. Nevertheless, immediately destroying Paradis' base can at least save the people in the nearby area from being poisoned. You're right. I know you don't believe that suing those companies can completely solve the problem. But now, unlike 10 years ago, we must act within the scope of compliance, and there are things that can be done through rules that you can imagine. And some people can also escape the punishment they deserve through rules. I swallowed the almost blurted out words, only revealing a bitter smile. Krueger saw my point and lowered his head slightly, deciding to skip the topic. I feel personnel have been arranged properly, and there shouldn't be any major issues with the transportation of the Zucchero team. Lena will meet with them around Lviv to complete their final handover. Judging from the course of the Elmo, you should also prepare to go to Lviv. Yes, it was only after encountering some minor incidents that I had to return to the Elmo. Now that it's resolved, I'm going to continue my task until it's completely completed. Well, I know you would do that. To thank you for your cooperation, I will strive to secure a prestigious status for you, so that even if you stay in the yellow zone, you can have a much easier time. Thank you, sir. Air dating trial. What the fuck? However, you know, I don't need that kind of thing. The way we put it on the table can be drastic, but the process is too long. And Commander, although your approach is direct, it cannot fundamentally solve the problem. After you have an identity, perhaps you can have better cooperation with the Nanfa. We can make up for the missing parts between each other. Krueger. I will cooperate with the task, but not for any identity. I just want Paris to be completely eliminated. As long as it can be achieved, I don't mind using any method. Correspondingly, you should understand that I may not follow certain reasonable reasons to stop. It's better for people who act like this to not have an identity. Krueger sighed. It seems in these 10 years you have changed, but you haven't. Director, it's time. If you stay any longer, the itinerary would need to be recorded. I'll be with you in a moment. Before I leave, I want to ask you something. One gift? Please. Why won't you let go of the past and start over? Because I cannot tolerate being in the midst of mistakes. Your answer is very arrogant, Commander. I'm very sorry, sir. But who wouldn't want to say your arrogant answer to someone who wants to do something? This road will be very lonely and dangerous. I'm used to it, Mr. Krueger. Director. Mr. Krueger took out a small card from his pocket. Enter Lviv, you need an illegal identity. Let's use this first. I hesitated for a moment, but didn't reach out. Let's witness how we brought those criminals to justice. I think Lena also wants to see the fruits of her hard work. Krueger looked at me straight, as if there was a power in his eyes. Although I resisted, I unconsciously took the card in the end. Seeing me take the card, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. If you need any help, feel free to contact me at any time. Thank you, sir. Krueger turned around and left with his pimp cane, but stopped again at the helicopter entrance. Do you know what the most important thing we lost 10 years ago? Griffin? You. I stood there, unsure how to react for a moment. On the deck, the helicopter was ready to take off. Krueger took off his newly worn headphones on the plane and looked at me. And I tried my best, shouting loudly at the volume I thought he could drown out the sound of the helicopter engine. Regardless of whether we choose the same path or not, you are the person I respect the most. Krueger smiled. See you in Lviv, Commander. The helicopter took off and quickly disappeared into the sky. I stood on the deck for a long time, watching my thoughts churn in the distance. Because of my decision 10 years ago, I lost many people, perhaps not just myself. Why does any choice you make always end up hurting others? The emotions that I had tried to avoid reappeared, and I even regretted not responding to him more warmly just now. I clenched my fist and shook my head forcefully, preventing myself from thinking about the question. But now is not the time to dwell on these things. You guys only make me think of Snake and Big Boss doing their CQC hug. It's like, imagine if Krueger and Commander did a CQC hug. And Krueger's like, Commander, it's time to stop. You can rest now. It's over. Viv. I look at the card I just received in my hand. Will it really go as smoothly as Krueger said next? I always have an ominous premonition. Yeah, I'm locked in. Let's keep going. The Patriots, cheeky god. Oh, a breather, huh? For like 30 seconds. You know, I forgot what they originally called the Lade Lule. Was that a Metal Gear reference? Oh, new day. Fuck. Go back! No, that's just completion, right? So, yeah, I think that's just a fight. As a side gate that mainly serves as a diversion for the central level, the queue for entering the city from here is not very long. But today, the process of entering the city for security checks seems particularly cumbersome, causing a large number of people waiting to enter the city to pile up at this entrance. IDW, you nano machines. God damn it, you guys. The guards on both sides of the checkpoint are holding weapons and closely monitoring every move within the team. A transport vehicle with the Zucro logo sprayed on the carriage passed through the security checkpoint and waited in the waiting area for inspectors to conduct the inspection process. In the pedestrian queue next to the transport vehicle, the sound of the family's conversation drifted into the dull auditory module through the semi-open car window. Dad, are we almost arriving in Lviv? Well, as long as we go through there, our family can start a new life. That is great. I heard that there are many beautiful dresses in the shops in Lviv. We can go buy new clothes now. Your brother can also buy textbooks for school now. The mother walked towards the end, lovingly looking at the pair of children in front of her, supporting their shoulders and bringing them together. Howard looked at the family and showed the light flashing in her eyes. She is not unfamiliar with such a scene, a family overlooking numerous obstacles in order to have a better life. Looking at the hopeful eyes of the children, she couldn't help but smile. Although some people have been refused entry into the city for various reasons, the male protagonist's eyes still reveal confidence. Interesting, calls him protagonist. Their family has gone through a lengthy points process and strict review procedures in order to qualify for living in a satellite city, and he firmly believes that there will be no mistakes. The transport vehicle finally arrived at the checkpoint. Springfield noticed the exhaustion and annoyance in the inspector's eyes, as well as a hint of imperceptible arrogance. She sighed slightly, foreseeing possible obstacles. Hello, please show me your pass and cargo list. Springfield handed over a delicate folder neatly containing various documents. Inside the folder was also a food exchange voucher, which could still be sold at a higher price even in the green zone. These are all our documents, please. The inspector took the folder and his gaze only lingered on the exchange voucher for a second, then opened the documents and carefully reviewed it. Doll. After confirming that the person you are conversing with is a doll, rather than a human, the other person's apparent politeness disappears without a trace. Since it's a doll, you probably haven't read the updated terms a few days ago, haven't you? All individuals serving the group, organization, and individuals should register in advance and prepare a dedicated work permit. What we just submitted is a business visa, not a doll-specific work permit. But I'm currently not serving any group, organization, or individual. So you're an unclaimed doll? My authority belongs to myself. Please see here the document that proves my identity. The inspector impatiently reviewed the document and confirmed the authenticity of Springfield's words. It's like this again. What are you doing here? I'm here this time to open a branch of a coffee shop here. And there are some preliminary preparations that need to be made. We currently have a store that is operating and doing well, so we plan to expand our business scope. A doll coffee shop? You see, this is our commercial building approval and operating license. After the branch store officially opens, you are welcome to come and taste our coffee and desserts in the store. Our staff will prepare a specially made signature cake for you and to ensure your satisfaction. The inspector ignored the content behind Springfield's words and instead scanned the supplementary information in his hand with suspicion. Dang, RBK really set the dolls back by a lot. At the same time, the family behind him was showing documents to another inspector in the queue. I'm quite well prepared. What's in the car? Just some of the raw materials and equipment needed to open this store have already been scanned and inspected when we just passed through the gate. Do you need to check this list of shipping contents? Put it there. Also, open the cargo compartment. I need to check it. Do you want to open the cargo compartment for inspection? Springfield's face showed a worried expression, and his brow furrowed slightly. But it took a long time to assemble the things inside. Some of them are fragile. Hurry up then. After checking, you can reinstall them as soon as possible. Nearby, the family inspection also encountered difficulties. Hey, at least he's not calling her a clinker, right? Let me explain to you again. Recently, an important summit will be held in Lviv. In order to avoid the infiltration of dangerous factors, starting from this Tuesday, only 3 people are allowed to enter with a family pass. So fuck you if you have a big family. This notice has been annotated on the Article 3 of Chapter 8 under the notice for entering BIQ and surrounding important cities. Have you not updated the files? Well, when does regulation end? We can wait until the martial arts is over before we enter the city. Yeah, who knows? At least 3 to 5 days, at most a month, or it may become a permanent term. I understand how you feel, but in this situation, you can only accept our misfortune. Springfield noticed a commotion here, a hint of pity and concern flashing in her eyes. The panic look in the mother's eyes and the dejected appearance of the children made her feel a pang of pain, a pange of pain. She sighed softly and then turned her attention back to the inspector in front of her. Can you be a little more accommodating? There are some ingredients inside that are not fully sealed. If the packaging is broken, it will be unusable afterwards. And if it accidentally spills out, it can also be troublesome to clean up. If it causes inconvenience to you, it would be really regrettable. He took out a small bag from somewhere and prepared to stuff it into the inspector's hand. But the other party just gave it a cold glance and pushed the bag back to Springfield. I said, Miss Doll, your trick was still in play a week ago, but it's no longer feasible now. Didn't you just hear that just now? There will be an important summit in Lviv in 2 days, and many important figures will gather in the city. If anything goes wrong here, I'll have to roll back to the Yellow Zone settlement. Just these 2 crystal bars. They won't be enough for me to set up a tent by then. Don't waste any of my time. Hurry up. Springfield put away her crystal, still maintaining a gentle smile on her face, and glanced at her watch without leaving a trace. I understand your difficulties, and now cooperate with your inspection. Springfield opened the cargo compartment. The inner layer of the compartment was stacked with various types of coffee bean bags and raw materials for pastries. Exquisite coffee machines and baking equipment were neatly fixed on the shelves. The air was filled with the aroma of coffee and sugar. The inspector turned on the flashlight and shone along the gap deep into the cargo compartment. From the outside, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen clearly. What's inside? It's just some raw materials that haven't been unpacked yet. Take these things down. I need to go in and inspect them. Please wait a moment. Springfield deftly unties the knot and used to secure the goods and carries bags of coffee beans and flour off the car. She carefully moved them to ensure that the valuable coffee beans and the flavored syrup, specially made with sugar cubes, would not spill on the ground. As the goods blocking the fronts were empty, the box covered the waterproof cloth inside gradually emerged. Is that the raw materials you mentioned inside? Yes, it is some special important raw materials that require special preservation. Open it and take a look. No problem, please wait a moment, I'll take care of it. Springfield turned around and walked deep into the cargo compartment, her hand lightly touching a device between the goods. Regardless, she will protect the task objective entrusted to her. Springfield looked around. The attention of the nearby soldiers was mostly focused on the long queue waiting for security checks outside the gate, while the family arguing and crying over who to keep at the checkpoint also attracted a lot of attention. She gently brushed her hair back. She heard a response in the second layer. Is it done yet? I'm going in to check. Okay, we're good. Springfield watched as the inspector boarded the cargo compartment, walked past the woven bags containing the goods, and approached the deeper boxes step by step. And before he noticed, Springfield had gradually approached behind him. A suspicious target has been found near... Oh yeah, wait. A suspicious target has been found near checkpoint 3 on the west side of the satellite city. Please immediately close the security checkpoint and coordinates with the security personnel to come and provide support. Okay, it didn't give me anything for that one. Springfield still maintains a smile. In front of her, the inspector, who was only one step away from her, frowned impatiently and connected the beeping communicator in his hand. What's the situation level 3? Report to the team leader. A group of people from the Viagers. Holy man. Viagers working overtime. It's like, never fear, we're here. The Viagers attempted to smuggle prohibited items, but suddenly exploded halfway. The person has been detained by us, but there is also a batch of goods mixed in together. We need to investigate as soon as possible the illegal teams that may have been carried by the previous custom clearance personnel. Got it, I'll be right there. The inspector pondered for a moment and began to shout. Anyone here? I'm here. Springfield walked out from behind the inspector, who pointed eagerly to the innermost cargo. Something happened outside. You're lucky. Open all these boxes and I'll take one last look and let you go. Springfield's smile froze a bit, and her hands hidden behind her began to tighten each other's gloves.
Hi.
Good. Springfield did not walk towards the box, but instead approached the inspector. Just as she adjusted her posture and prepared to do something. What's up? It's the director. Yes, I'll be right over. The director hurriedly jumped out of the car, not even had time to glance at Springfield. Viewers are temporarily suspended today. Everyone, come with me to level 3 for support. I came to queue up early this morning. That's right, I have to rush to the hospital to visit my daughter. You officials are too unreliable. Ignoring the complaints and curses around, the security checkpoint slowly closed. The soldiers in charge of security blocked the crowd trying to break through the checkpoint and prepared to assemble a team to rush towards the direction of checkpoint 3. Springfield sighed as she watched the gate behind her being closed, leaving herself and the truck in the checkpoint inspection area. Oh, it's just a little short. If possible, I hope we can help. We can help them. Isn't that afraid that our behavior will make a store manager feel too nosy? Springfield reloads the goods back into the cargo compartment of the transport vehicle. As she gets off the vehicle, the roadblock blocking the vehicle is instantly lowered, and the road ahead opens up to Springfield. Springfield jumps onto the car, started the engine, and her gaze once again fell on the family. In front of the transport vehicle, the family who had just lined up next to her stood there at a loss. Springfield hesitated for a moment and made a request within the second level. Help them too. Don't let it happen again. She gave the father an imperceptible glance. Let's go, quickly. What? Hurry up and start a new life with the children. As long as we're together, things get better. As soon as the words fell, the gate blocking the front was also opened. The couple was stunned for a moment, then understood what Springfield meant. They bowed gratefully at Springfield and walked briskly towards the gate with their two children. Springfield watched them leave with a gentle glow in her eyes. May your future be filled with hope. The last transport vehicle that passed the inspection accelerated away from the checkpoint. After exiting the not-too-long arched passage, the empty passenger seat had been occupied by a figure at some point. You're really meddling in other people's affairs. Aren't you owing someone more? Macchiato, well, they really can't tell Macchiato this translation. Macchiato propped her chin discontentedly, her mood seeming not very good. You have already come to help, and helping a few more people is just a small gesture. You didn't even need to take action at all. This is not your fault, Macchiato. The attention-grabbing process on your end is already good enough. You have already arranged the timing so cleverly. Who would have thought that inspector could touch such an axis again? There are also people in the green zone who don't oil and salt to enter. Eva? Don't hack into other people's communication lines casually. Sorry, I'm just checking if our communication line is secure. Just as I finished these, I happened to hear you talking. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Since you can even open the gate directly, wouldn't it be better to tell us earlier? Oh, although it's not a big deal to us to really use the city defense permission a little bit. After all, we all need to keep action records. We do need to keep a low profile. If it weren't for the collateral damage caused by Springfield store manager, the best way to deal with it would be to let everyone go in naturally, wouldn't it? It's really great that there were no unnecessary casualties. Now we are close to Lviv. Everything will be easy in the future. But the security arrangements in the Lviv area seem more stringent than we imagined. Miss Leva, what exactly is going on with the technology summit that they are preparing for? That one? Do you have any relevant information about Gerard Group in the database? As a leading technology enterprise, they will regularly invite some industry experts to hold summits in the name of academic exchange. Although there will be many new research releases for this year at the meeting, the finale will definitely be an announcement of the cutting-edge technology achievements of the Gerard Group for this year. So what is said to be a technology summit convened by industry elites is actually just an annual showcase of technology by the Gerard Group. Even so, is the current level of security measures a bit excessive? Yeah. So it's obvious that the purpose of strengthening security is to deal with us. To deal with the NAMFA? I remember the Nampa in Lviv should be quite solid, right? Yes, otherwise Kalina wouldn't have chosen this location. However, the wind direction has been changing rapidly recently. The local administrative management system has become increasingly uncooperative recently. As soon as Mr. Krueger arrived in Lviv, he was sent to a designated reception hotel of the Gerard group. Although there are currently no restrictions on movement, even the esteemed director of the NAMFA probably wouldn't like to have to carry 2 bodyguards with them when going to the bathroom, would he? Has the bureaucratic structure here been infiltrated by conglomerates to this extent? The situation is even more complicated than expected. It seems we need to act quickly. Miss Liva, although there are still a few hours left until the scheduled handover time, I'm worried that if we delay further, there may be mistakes. You can contact Miss Kalina for a handover now? She's right beside me. Don't worry, Krueger has his pimp cane. He'll be good. The voice on Liva's side disappeared for a few seconds. We hand over in advance, so of course there'll be no problem. After all, the abandoned warehouse that serves as a handover point has been waiting for you there for a long time. But we need to confirm first. Don't worry, I'm sure that I won't be followed. Those who try to track us down have long been completely abandoned by us outside the purification zone. You are truly the store manager of Zakuro. The commander has entrusted the task to you, which is a great help. So let's do it this way. I have received the coordinates here. I'll see you to 20 minutes. Zakuro. Alright. Go! I'm tired of these calm-down strikes in my goddamn Lviv. Inside an abandoned warehouse at the border of the satellite city. 2 figures sneaked in from the back door of the warehouse. After confirming their safety inside the warehouse, the human female among them put away her gun and nodded at the person next to her. Liva, check the surroundings again. Understood. Do you think it's too quiet? Is Liva the only doll not down bad? But she is. Although quietness is expected, I always feel a little uneasy. Liva checked all the cameras and detectors she had set up in her mind, and under the surveillance of these devices, no one could enter here silently. Everything is normal. Liva nodded at Kalina. Kalina felt a little relieved. Water check, yeah. This isn't water, but it works. Thanks for the super chat. Kalina felt a little relieved, then she picked up the radio and started contacting outside. Observing the team. How's the situation around you? Report to the counselor that the opposition team did not observe any abnormal. Reporting to the counselor that the opposition team did not observe any abnormal situations. Confirm the thermal imaging scan results again. There are only our personnel and no other heat sources within the thermal imaging display area. Stay. Okay, stay alert. Quick response team, report a situation. Prepare for battle at all times. The evacuation route is under our firepower coverage. Please indicate. Stay on standby and wait for further instructions. Liva? I always feel something is wrong. Did you know anything unusual? No, everything looks normal. That's why I don't feel very good. Can you report the situation? The view from the roof is very nice, isn't it? I agree with the observation team's conclusion. Not to mention the enemy, I haven't seen an ant nearby. Eva, do you want to switch seats with me? It's okay, just stay outside and enjoy the fresh air. Leva's really thinking of me. Can you help me scan the area of the northwest direction again? I have detected a slight disorder in the connection signal. Can you find the signal source? We are conducting a full spectrum scan. I haven't found any signal on my end. This is random, but his mind's rack big and I remember. No. No signal? Not clear. I saw Springfield and the others. Everyone hasn't changed at all. Lena glanced at the time, which was exactly the same as the time agreed upon by Leva and Springfield before. She lifted the walkie-talkie in her hand. The target has entered the predetermined range, and the entire security team has entered level 1 alert. Put the transport vehicle in. Yeah, that's basically how it is in Intrinsics. Like her original art, she looked small, but then she got her mod 3 and her boobs suddenly got huge. Outside the warehouse, the buzzing sound of the engine grew closer and then gradually stopped. Leva and Kalina exchanged a glance and pulled up the rolling shutter door, covering the entrance of the warehouse. After the car came to a complete stop, Springfield first jumped out of the cab. She got modded. She bowed slightly to Kalina in front of her. Miss Kalina, I kept you waiting for so long. I worked hard all the way here. Everything go smoothly along the way? Although we encountered some difficulties, fortunately with everyone's assistance, everything was resolved smoothly. Thank you for your hard work. We were supposed to provide more assistance, but we encountered some tricky problems before and couldn't withdraw the help. You're too polite. You have been taking good care of us for so many years, and this is what we should do. It just feels like the original route has been targeted. Otherwise, it would have been safer for me and Macchiata to escort the target all the way out to Lviv for handover. This is a reasonable judgment. You have already done a good job. Leave the rest to us with peace of mind. Nah, I'll leave it to you. Commander is very concerned about this matter. Whether it's Helena or Paradis. Upon hearing Springfield's words, Lena shows a serious expression. When I move the commander, I will explain the cause and effect clearly. That'd be even better. As Lena spoke, Viva looked into the distance through her, as if confirming some information. Taking advantage of the gap between Lena and Springfield's greetings, Macchiato walked in and placed a sealed compartment that had been hidden deep in the cargo compartment in front of them. This cabin slammed to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up the thick dust on the ground. Every time with this box, I feel speechless about how heavy this box is. Although she looked like a little girl before. The unmanned defense systems equipped in the box are made of genuine materials. Lena approached the box, but it began to shake. What's this? This is the characteristic of the defense system's alert mode being effective. Has this ever happened along the way? No, we haven't seen it before. The commander already processed the identification permissions for me and Macchiato for the transportation. Which means someone's nearby. Liva, please step back and try. Liva looked at the box further, furrowed her brow, but stayed away from it as Lena had said. But the box continued to tremble. How can this happen? Liva looked up and around, while the information from the camera and her scanner in her mind flashed quickly, but whether it was from the outside world or in her mind. The situation is all the same, a silence. However, the silence gave Liva a strong sense of unreality. She sensed that the second level of her mind, the faint but still present request was still flickering. Have you sensed any connection request signals nearby? Request signals? Springfield looked at Macchiato with suspicion, and Macchiato shook her head. I didn't feel any request signal. If it were an enemy, they wouldn't openly request a connection. So there's only one possibility. Liva activated all her mental defenses to the highest level and, after hesitating for a moment, connected the request. After connecting, nothing happened. After a long time, a few letters were sent over. Letters? That doesn't like letters to me. But alright. This is a key? No, this is a hexadecimal encoding. False? Liva activated the key and suddenly her mind was attacked like waves. It's RPK. You guys gotta calm the fuck down about RPK showing up. Like it's RPK. The offensive defense wall immediately launched a counterattack, but the opponent's signal disappeared immediately, and the defense wall cut off all connection interfaces, causing Liva's mind to enter a state of silence. Liva, who was forced into disconnect by the attack, seemed to have a sudden realization. She looked around and saw fully armed mechanical bodies covering their surroundings. What? Liva immediately raised her hand and hit the mechanical body that was already too close to the box. Find cover, quickly! What's up? Our level 2 has been invaded. Wait a minute, can't you see, Kalina? What do you see? He looked around in confusion, but she still pulled out her gun with caution. In Liva's perspective, the mechanical body also pulled out its weapon. Everyone, lie down! Shoot towards the location I marked. Rico Macchiato immediately took out weapons and Leva fired at the enemy's positions she saw, while the other dolls chased after with them with their guns at positions they couldn't see. The mechanical body was accurately hit and immediately fell to the ground. Still have the Zenner protocol? Yes, me and Macchiato still have it. Close level 2 interface and connect to me with the Zenner protocol. Rico Macchiato followed suit, and in the moment of connection, they also saw the mechanical body sparking on the ground. What? How did they get in? What are you guys talking about? Surprisingly, even humans can get obscured from information. Is this really? After the mechanical body was eliminated, the box stopped shaking. Lena, have you already found any enemies? Enemies? I didn't see any enemies. Not to my remote control permissions. And now? Wow. Holy crap! What are all these mechanical bodies outside? Lynn, how are the people we assigned outside doing? All special teams, do you read me? Quick response team, can you hear me? There's no response on the radio because they're fucking dead. Damn it. What kind of divinity is this? Leave the enemies charging towards the warehouse. You come back and join us. Everyone, prepare for battle. Fuck. Well, those are certainly mechanical bodies. What are all of these? I've unconsciously been brought into this distance. Is this an electronic attack on humans or something like hallucinogenics or toxic gases? I'm afraid so. There's no need to worry about electronic attacks. I'm afraid there may be other harm to Miss Kleena. Let's make a quick decision and wait until they finish it before we talk about it. Oh, she said, then let's just hold off for now and kill these guys. No, but we have a Kukai. Give me a second. I just need a quick moment. Have all the enemies been eliminated? It seems so. Suddenly strange noises came continuously from outside the warehouse, and Kleena frowned upon hearing the sound. 2 to 3 hours from now. It's the sound of police sirens from the security department. The sound of vehicles braking suddenly can be heard outside the warehouse, and the sound of mobile footsteps is getting closer and closer to their positions. The ninjas. Now, when you say ninjas, do you mean the Nintendo ninjas? This is, oh yeah, LVI. I'm supposed to say level, but yeah. This is LVI 13 Security Patrol Team. Put down your weapons immediately. This is a field personnel under jurisdiction of the NAMFA, currently carrying out a mission. You have no right to interfere. I don't think so. Put down your weapons. We need to verify your identity, otherwise we will launch a strong attack. The other party's tone was very tough, seeming ready to attack at any moment. Kalina made a steady gesture to Lviv. The other party is a security department. You can't just shoot them down directly. Since the first wave of conversion was unsuccessful, and we're going to play the tricks next. The other party is also not good at directly attacking us. Let's first see what they want to do and act accordingly. Kalina waved her hand at the other figures, who quickly hid the box containing Kalina in the dark. I call for reinforcements, and our people will arrive within 15 minutes. Oh, it can be postponed until then. Kalina nodded, then cleared her throat and shouted outside. We have put down our weapons. You can come in now. Everyone from the security department, please enter the warehouse for inspection. It is highly likely that they are senior officials of UNC inside. Please politely invite them to my place. Hi! Armed personnel from the security department entered the warehouse, and Kalina raised her hand and took out her identification. I am a level 2 counselor and regional security supervisor of the 3rd Sub-Bureau under the NAMFA, and I am currently on a special field mission. What task? You have no right to know. Under the R of Kalina, the armed personnel dared not ask rashly. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you better back up. He took the documents and flipped through them, then handed them over to the captain-looking person, who walked away and handed them over to another blurry figure. When she appeared in Kalina's sight, her nerves immediately tensed up. Standing in front of her was not a human, but a well-dressed third-generation doll. Her suit was perfectly tailored, exuding an elegant and composed demeanor in every movement, like a well-trained senior butler in a noble mansion. She slightly bowed and examined Kalina's documents with almost respectful posture, flipping through them gently with her fingers and moving smoothly and gracefully. Then she lifted her head with a gentle and polite smile at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were like the most exquisite but always unsettling porcelain in ancient mansions. The surface is smooth and perfect, but there is a chilling quality hidden inside. It turns out that you are the counselor of the NAMFA. We are very sorry that we received you in such a way, which was too impolite. You are really fast and polite. Efficiency and elegance are complementary virtues. At the standard of etiquette for the new generation, we always strive to perfectly integrate the two to provide the most thoughtful service. The other person's voice is mellow and warm, with an elegant and polite tone, but this almost perfect politeness actually reveals an irresistible majesty. The security department probably wouldn't have a high-level doll like you, would they? You are truly discerning. I am not an official of the Ministry of Public Security, but here to assist. The doll gently nods in greeting to Kalina. Please, allow me to introduce myself. I am a special representative of the Girard Group, responsible for security affairs in Lviv and the surrounding areas. You can call me Zen. Why is the translation saying needle? I just received a notification that there have been some unusual movements in this area. You should know that the Girard Group has also undertaken security work in the surrounding cities in Lviv, so we cannot ignore the request for support from the security departments. In addition, considering that the upcoming summit has raised higher demands in Lviv, I had to personally bring my team to investigate the situation. Based on our preliminary observation, it seems that a fairly intense conflict has occurred here. Perhaps you will be willing to share with me some of the situation you have witnessed. After all, maintaining peace in this city is our common wish. The needles? Yeah, I'm gonna say Zen's for now. Zen's gaze remained gentle and focused on Kalina, then casually swept over the corner behind her. The seemingly casually glanced seemed to be able to see everything. Her smile is consistent, polite, but makes people feel invisible pressure. As you can see, the Nympha is carrying out related tasks. We were suddenly attacked by an unknown mechanical body, but fortunately, our field personnel repelled the enemy. What a regrettable accident. Zen elegantly bowed slightly, making a graceful apology gesture as if apologizing for an inconvenience that was not caused by her. Her expression remained perfectly friendly, except for the focus flashing deep in her eyes, which was chilling like a fierce beast staring at its prey. Upon careful consideration of this issue, I couldn't help but notice an interesting coincidence. The attack seemed to have a fairly clear target orientation. The needle... Zen looked at the location, which was the box hidden deep inside. As a security officer of Nympha, you should know that shooting in a satellite city is a very serious matter, right? What is even more serious than shooting is that dangerous goods that could be threatening regional security have secretly entered the hinterland of the city. Although saying this may cause you displeasure, my duty requires me to conduct corresponding investigations on you and your subordinates. Please come with us. Additionally, it is necessary for us to conduct a thorough inspection of potential hazardous materials in this area. I believe you wouldn't mind, would you? You do not have the authority to investigate us, nor do you have the right to inspect this area. The task of the Nympha is still ongoing. Since you are aware that we are carrying out the task, please leave immediately from here. This is probably not feasible, even I am willing. Law enforcement officers from the security department cannot sit idly by and watch possible illegal activities occur under their management. Although we are different departments, for the safety of the city, please follow the corresponding procedures and rules to cooperate with our law enforcement and avoid unnecessary losses. From a procedural perspective, the local security department is not qualified to enforce non-military force management bureau advisors. And as an outsourced security guard, you're even less qualified. If you really have such a strong desire for officialdom, then send me an official investigation request through the chief of Lviv, and I will immediately and unconditionally cooperate with you. I must admit that your confrontational thinking does not have any benefits. Zen raised her hand, and the armed personnel of the surrounding environment immediately raised their guns. Like, yeah, fuck it. And the dolls also immediately raised their guns to respond. Oh, that's really surprising. Zen turned his gaze to Lviv, who also smiled and pointed the gun at her. You don't think that being a third generation doll is strong enough to completely suppress the dolls of the Nampa, do you? Oh, I don't quite understand what you mean. Do you really like to joke around? Under the smiles of both, countless rays of light flashed in their eyes. And Liva's second level plane, a nearby signal source, is trying to forcefully connect to her mind. A huge amount of data is fiercely conflicting with Liva's aggressive firewall, with signal sources attacking her various ports at high speed and density, but the key just now gave Liva a complete decoding logic, allowing her to solve those deadly viruses within the scope of her mental computing power. I advise you, the special representative of the security affairs, not to act rashly. Not to mention, if you take action first, we can also kill you. If the counselor has any shortcomings, the Giraffe group may have to be plowed into the ground as fertilizer for next year. Is that really okay? Zen furrowed his brow slightly, then regained its initial smile and said to Liva, "You're so funny. How can we act recklessly?" However, there is one thing you need to be reminded of. The counselor does need to pay attention to her health. Otherwise, we cannot afford to take responsibility if there are any ups and downs. Zen stared meaningfully at Kalina, and Liva's gaze was also drawn towards her. Kalina held her gun towards Zen, but her chest suddenly began to rise and fall. She coughed several times in a row, followed by uncontrollable and intense coughing. Kalina covered her mouth and nose with her hand, but the fresh blood that gushed out as she coughed dripped down through her palm onto the ground. Hey, does the counselor seem to have acute radiation sickness? If you don't seek medical attention early, it may have irreversible effects on your body. Lena was half kneeling on the ground due to losing strength, and she immediately raised her hand to indicate that she could still support herself. It's okay, I have strong resistance. Lena struggled to stand up on her knees, wiping away the blood from the corners of her mouth and holding her gun to face Zen. Even if I die here, I won't leave. Jen showed a confident smile at first, bowed gently, and then called on the other armed personnel to put down their guns. Then let's wait a little longer. Lee was oppressed to urge to shoot the doll named Zen in the face immediately and was quickly calculating how to kill all the enemies present as quickly as possible. The other party cunningly dispatched human armed personnel wearing fully covered helmets, afraid that something was thrown into the air. And Zen in front of her was already very difficult to defend against her electronic attacks alone, making it almost impossible to paralyze her through electronic warfare. From the perspective of the opponent's layout, it is impossible not to be prepared for reinforcements from the Nampha. Being able to arrive here within 15 minutes is like winning a lottery. And Kalina's condition is clearly unbearable. She already has the root cause of radiation sickness, and her life cannot be guaranteed if things continue like this. Just as Leva's mind was rapidly spinning, a loud explosion suddenly came from deep inside the warehouse. The dolls looked almost simultaneously at the same location, the place where the box was placed, and now filled with smoke. It seems the real guest has arrived. With almost no hesitation, Zen threw down the dolls who were still confronting them a second ago, and immediately rushed towards the location of the explosion. And Kalina also tried to catch up, but her feet were weak and she fell to the ground. Leva immediately rushed to Kalina and tried to help her up. Kalina pushed away her support and gave her the order. Don't worry about me, hurry up and catch up. Leva glanced at the security personnel who had been stabbed in place and roared at them. Hurry up and call for ambulance for me. If anything happens to the counselor, don't even think about running away. Right. The security department was also disrupted by the sudden explosion and the departure of Zen, and the leading team leader began calling for the medical support through the intercom. Lena, take Kalina to the hospital. Springfield. Store manager. Springfield, please help protect Kalina. Leave her to us. You go quickly. After receiving the response from the dolls, Eva glanced at Kalina for the last time and then chased towards the direction of the explosion. I'm getting a drink. Bye. Right back. Mostafa is running quickly with the box on her shoulders, and the box is shaking violently. Mostafa's arm is forcefully gripping it to prevent it from slipping off. Oh yeah, Voivasana. Yeah, Voivasana. That's her name. I keep saying I just forgot the Void part. Yeah, Voivasana. And Alva ran beside her. But what was different was that she kept lowering her head to handle the terminal in her hand. I questioned the action taken earlier. Alva didn't turn back, her fingers still moving rapidly on the terminal. Do you mean when the Nampha was just attacked? The time was not good just now. We shouldn't have appeared. I had the same idea, so I helped Liba. She will feel pressure when facing a third generation doll, but that key can help her not be defeated. But even so, they cannot fulfill their duties. The terminal emits a crisp unlocking sound, and the box on Voivasana's body no longer vibrates. Alva finally turned around and looked at Voimasna, I guess that's supposed to say. Although this box is not our task, the Nampa was unable to actually control the box just now. If this continues, the people of the Girard group will attain 043, which is a huge risk. So we must change the plan. I don't understand. You did not disclose all the details of the plan to me. Alpha's side. Sorry, Voimasna. I didn't explain clearly. This is her request. 043 could not fall into the hands of the consortium. Not any of them. We still don't know the role of 043 plays in the amusement park project. Nor do we know the full picture of the amusement park project. She has been active within the group for a long time, but we still haven't found any news, so we can only rely on ourselves. So besides our current mission, we need to bring her back, and Nail will conduct a comprehensive examination of her, perhaps to find some clues. Only in this way can we confirm where Parachut's conspiracy has reached. Carrying this box will greatly reduce the probability of completing this mission. Perhaps we should find an opportunity to return the box to Nampa? No. Do we not trust Nampa? I trust Krueger and Kalina, but people other than them may not be trustworthy. If the UNNC is trustworthy, we will not leave the National Security Bureau. Oh, if the UNNC is trustworthy, we would not have left StateSec. I understand. The Girard group is not far from collapse, but they still possess the ability to cause significant harm. Although Krueger has done everything he can, I'm still concerned that that Nampa's plan may take a path beyond their imagination. If Girard's internal instability persists, things will become irreversible. Voimasna paused slightly, then nodded and didn't say much. The silence between the two seemed to contain some kind of tacit understanding. In the distance, the sound of engines and footsteps are getting closer and closer. It seems that the enemy is catching up. I'll prepare the vehicle. Give me the box. It will affect your performance. Meet at the evacuation point. Voimasna watched Alva leave, then silently turned in the opposite direction. She checked her weapon and ran towards the enemy with heavy steps. Yeah, and then AK-15 just kind of just walks all over them. Just imagine that Kukai is AK-15. Punching and kicking? No, I mean she just literally just crashes into them. That's it. No punching and kicking involved, she just runs into them and they die. Jumps on them like Goombas. That works too. After knocking down the last pursuer, Voimasna looked around and confirmed her safety before preparing to transfer. Like, everything seems calmer after 10 years. Well, she hasn't really been tested yet, I would say. And just as Voimosna was about to leave, a sharp line of sight that seemed to pierce through all electromagnetic interference on the battlefield, just a precision-guided weapon directly locked onto her. Her instinct was immediately triggered, and her body had already completed the turning motion before making a judgment in her mind. At the same time, her right hand pulled out the MP443 tactical pistol at the speed of at 0.1 seconds, and the muzzle pointed precisely towards the direction of her line of sight. At this moment, Voimosna's system experienced a rare pause. Her location is an tactical open area, chosen to maximize her firepower attraction effect while ensuring sufficient visibility to control the battlefield. Her first judgment was that the enemy has sent a sniper team to implement remote suppression, but immediately the full frequency scan of the Wolf-Eye system did not detect any thermal signals or electronic features of conventional weapons. AK-15 would be perfect in the Uma Musume, what the fuck? Her intuition never goes wrong. This intuition has been honed through thousands of practical battles that has become an important component of her combat system. She lifted her head slightly, and the Wolf-Eye system automatically adjusted to massive magnification, penetrating the mist of the night and locking into the distant target. On the edge of the battlefield, at least 1 kilometer away from the area of gunfire, a tall figure stands still on the top of a high-rise building outside the warehouse area. Even with the Wolf-Eye system, Voimosna needs to operate at full power to capture the other person's image clearly. She's a woman dressed in elegant men's dress, graceful and elegant, with delicate short hair and a nearly perfect elegance in her behavior. It's a lot of use of the word elegance. At this moment, her gaze was opposite to that of Voimosna. Voimosna still maintains a shooting posture, as management analysis tells her that conventional pistols are meaningless at this distance, but some more primitive combat instinct makes it impossible for her to let go of her guard. Despite such a long distance, her entire body sensors entered the highest alert state at the same time, an unprecedented phenomenon that had not occurred not even recurred when she broke into the Twin Towers alone. The twin... Okay, yeah, that's what... Not the correct wording there, but yeah, I know what they mean now. I'm pretty sure it wasn't called the Twin Towers back then. Yeah. Her fighting instinct is telling her that the person in front of her is a real threat. Seemingly sensing Voimosna's vigilance, the elegant woman gently turned her head and said something to a fully armed fighter beside her. She crashed into the Twin Towers. Under the wolf-eyed gaze of Voimosna, she saw the combatants bow to her and open a specially made box, respectfully handing it to the woman. As soon as the woman shook her hand, the equipment was revealed in its entirety. A tactical spear made of a specially made ultra-high density alloy with a shimmering cold light on its surface, which is usually used as a ceremonial decoration rather than a combat weapon. However, in the next moment, the woman's movements made all of Voimosna's sensors scream simultaneously. She elegantly clenched her spear and gently spun it in a dance-like motion, and then an incredible scene happened. The woman held a spear in one hand, tilted her body slightly backwards, and then she threw the spear in a perfect throwing posture towards Roy Mosna, 1 kilometer away. The whistling sound tore through the air, and the spear flew over unimaginable distances like a silver lightning bolt at the speed of an armor-piercing bullet. Roy Mosna's system calculated hundreds of evasion plans, but her body made another choice. She put away her handgun, slightly lowered her body, and accurately caught the spear that came through the air with her right hand. The tremendous impact force caused her boost to create deep grooves on the ground, and it took her several meters to stabilize her figure. The ground cracked due to this force, spreading outwards like a spider web. This is not a force that ordinary humans can unleash, nor is it an impact that conventional tactical dolls can withstand. Voimasina lowered her head and looked at the spear in her hand, which was intricately engraved with a line of characters. Looking forward to our formal meeting, Zen. Snowwolf arrived at the meeting point, and the White Mystique reports location. White Mystique will arrive soon. Over. Hey, nice close-up. Voimasina looked up at the distant building, her wrists tingling one after another, just like the components of her hand couldn't withstand such an impact. A feeling she had never experienced before surged in her heart, a faithful premonition, as if two planets were pulled towards each other by invisible gravity and would eventually collide heroically one day. I'm not sure how that's heroic, but okay. However, the elegant woman's beauty had disappeared into the night, as if she had never appeared before. The night wind is bleak, and only the heavy spirit in her hand proves that what just happened was not an illusion. After the muffled sound of breaking through the air, a blazing flame blew in the night, and the jeep moving at high speed along the narrow road was instantly hit by a precision-guided rocket. The explosion caused a wave of heat, shattering the glass of the surrounding buildings. Damn! Who initiated heavy firepower without authorization? The headquarters has clearly instructed the urban combat restriction regulations. The security level of the target item is A+, and any damage will resort in. At least it can block the evacuation route. Wait, the scan shows that the interior of the vehicle is empty? Before the voice could finish, a series of precise gunshots interrupted the communication of the security team. Alva and Voimasina appeared at the same time from a bunker 3 blocks away, with slight smoke and heat damage marks on their bodies, but it did not affect their combat efficiency at all. The perfect crossfire will completely suppress the pursuit team. Members of the private armed security team with the emblem of the Gerard group on their bodies clearly did not anticipate the situation. The Defy... Is it still Task Force, or is it Defy Squad now? The Defy Squad not only successfully evaded the encirclement, but also completed reverse penetration, transforming the pursuers to ambushers. continuously maneuver without stopping. The urban monitoring system has identified our features, and in 7 minutes, the third heavy blockade force from Gerard will arrive at the outskirts of the theater. We need to execute the backup plan? Well, adjust the plan B and disrupt their deployment as much as possible. After completion, go to the second evacuation point and keep the channel open. I have informed the receiving unit. Without any unnecessary verbal communication, Alva nodded slightly and quickly adjusted the communication equipment to the normal encrypted channel. Then she picked up the cabin containing the key cargo and accurately jumped into the complex building gaps in the Lviv's green zone. Her figure seemed to blend into the neon-lit steel jungle, disappearing instantly into the night. Voidmosna stands still, deliberately exposing her whereabouts to various surveillance systems. She is the bait and the core executor of the diversionary tactic. The night in the satellite cities around Lviv should have been bustling and lively. The colorful neon lights on the commercial streets complement each other, and the various styles of buildings blend Eastern European tradition and modern design. This place should be crowded with nightlife enthusiasts and tourists, mocking those struggling to survive. However, at this moment, there is no one on the streets, as if the entire city has been evacuated by some invisible force. Voidmosna looked up at the armed helicopter flying towards her, and the searchlight of the light tactical helicopter illuminated her figure clearly. On this empty battlefield, she was like an unshakable mountain, waiting for the arrival of the storm. Hit the target! The weapon operator on the side of the armed helicopter excitedly confirmed the hit feedback, and the smoke-emitting launcher in his hand proved his precise strike just now. Maintain altitude. Deploy ground teams for battlefield confirmation. Pay attention to the surrounding environment. Her companion may still be ambushing nearby. Wait, what is that? The thick smoke and dust generated by the missile explosion enveloped the entire area, coupled with the complex circulation formed by the hot airflow between buildings, making infrared imaging almost ineffective, just as the helicopter lowers its altitude and prepared to deploy the tactical confirmation team. A strange gust of wind surged out from the center of the smoke, and a black figure shot up, breaking free from the constraints of gravity. The figure is still surrounded by lingering smoke, like a Valkyrie flying from mythology. Impossible! A steel-like arm firmly gripped the landing gear of the helicopter, and the tremendous force caused the entire plane to tilt to one side, making a dangerous metal twisting sound from the fuselage. The enemy has jumped up! Voidmosna exerted force on her arm and pulled herself onto the cabin. Then, with a precise heavy punch, she flew the nearest armed personnel out of the cabin door. This fully armed tactical team member instantly flew 100 meters away and disappeared into the night like a feather. The formation on the helicopter is composed of 13 tactical elites, all of whom have undergone special training for high-performance tactical figures and have achieved excellent results in two-person collaboration and team combat. In addition, there are also four puppet dolls deployed in the cabin that have not been biomimetic processed. These mechanized combat tools are more efficient than humans and are more ruthless in executing commands. Before humans could react, the woman simultaneously locked onto Voimosina. However, in the face of the true power gap, even the most sophisticated training, perfect coordination, and advanced equipment are meaningless numbers. The blade cut through blood vessels and wires, and at extremely close distance and extremely fast speed before the bullet was fired, the weapon fell to the ground along with a pile of unsupported bodies. Shut the fuck up. When the driver heard the sound behind him and turned his head, what caught his eye were scattered corpses and tactical dolls standing at the entrance of the cabin, making a silent gesture at him. After taking a final glance at the pilot and confirming that he would not make any dangerous moves, Voimosina jumped out of the helicopter that was still hovering at low altitude. She landed steadily on the roof platform of a mid-rise building, and the impact force made the entire concrete slab of the roof crack like a spider web. They really love using that analogy. Or not analogy, but that simile. But she herself only slightly bent her knees to cushion, and then regained her upright posture. She deliberately did not target the pilot to ensure that the helicopter would not lose control and crash, causing unnecessary civilian casualties. Although it means exposing her position, disobedience has its own principles, not to mention that her current task is to attract attention and create space for Alva and the person responsible for taking over. The drone threw the combat machinery beside Voimosina, but both the enemy and herself knew that it was just a waste of each other's time. Once again, AK-15 is the motorcycle. Just pretend that's AK-15. Oh, hold on. I finally saw the aim is AK-15. I am truly honored. I hope you enjoy my welcome gift. Please make sure to let me taste the strongest sweetness of the previous generation. Come on. Yeah, go fuck yourself. Let me bring back the translator. Okay. Amidst the chaos, Zen scanned the surrounding ruins and moved her neck with her hand on her head. Your Excellency, I had to admit that such a meeting with the legendary AK-15 is a rather enlightening experience, although the result was somewhat regrettable. Huh? Team after team of Gerard armed security teams quickly surrounded the scene and professionally raised their guns to alert their surroundings. In fact, these armed personnel have been watching the entire battle process from a safe distance, but none of them dared to intervene in an unconventional confrontation just now. If it were a regular arms exchange, perhaps there would be brave soldiers among them willing to approach the battlefield. However, the confrontation between Zen and Voyamosna has already surpassed the boundaries of conventional combat power, and the suffocating power confrontation has made every fighter present widely choose to observe. Please prepare a new dress for me, if possible, in the same style. Meanwhile, please send a complete record of battlefield data and loss assessment report to my office within 2 hours. The sound of Zen is as soft and smooth as high-quality velvet, with polite and appropriate wording, but with an undeniable elegance and majesty. She nodded slightly, and showed a graceful smile to her subordinates around her, as if they were just service personnel in a salon. Perhaps it was precisely because she was well aware of the particularity of her own strength that she not only did not blame these subordinates who failed to provide support, but also showed a hint of approval for their wise measures of maintaining an appropriate distance. Zen picked up the slightly damaged cuff from the battle, but with focus and elegant movements. She took out a snow-white handkerchief from her chest pocket and gently wiped the remaining bloodstains on her cheeks, as if she were tidying up her makeup at a party. Her gaze accidentally fell on the steel nail, stained with her own blood on the ground, and her mouth still maintained a flawless smile. Excuse me, where are our guests currently located? Reporting. The 2 targets are still fleeing. It seems that they have entered an underground facility. Now they have lost their specific location. I see. Zen squinted her eyes. The goal doesn't seem to be to escape. Although she admits that this entertainment brought her a pleasant experience, at the same time she has to admit that she has no free time to continue playing with the 2 Defied members. Pull the security team back to headquarters. Everyone comes back with me. Did I make myself clear? Yes, we obey. Did you still not catch it despite fighting so badly? And just as Zen was about to give the chase command, a female voice with obvious teasing suddenly came from not far away. A petite figure slowly steps out of the nearby shadows and enters the range of the street lamp's light. Zen was slightly surprised. She didn't feel the doll being so close to her at all. Levi? Guys, that sounds nothing like Archer. These would get the surprise I expressed, but I thought you would be by Miss Kalina's side at the moment. To ensure her safety. I'm not a medical person, so instead of just standing there, it's better to do something more important to make her feel at ease. More importantly, Zen slightly nods her head. I don't quite understand what you're referring to. For example, making someone who obstructs the execution of tasks by the UNSC agency and intentionally harms important officials pay the price. The doll who committed such a serious crime as the guardians of our city, our Girard group must help you bring him to justice. Please provide me with sufficient evidence, and I will use my maximum resources to complete the most important task you mentioned. Don't worry, there will always be evidence. As a field personnel of NAMFA, I am conducting an investigation here. I don't think you would refuse, would you? Feel free. Zen politely made a gesture, seeming unwilling to get entangled with Leva's too much. If you have nothing else to instruct, I should take my leave for now and continue to arrange for the capture of the potential dangerous individuals. Oh, I almost forgot. As Zen was about to leave, Leva's mocking voice sounded behind her, with a hint of danger. Regarding the group of attackers who initially launched a surprise attack on us, they don't seem to be accomplices with these two potentially dangerous individuals. Do you have any clues about the identities of those people? Your Excellency? Thank you for your intelligence support. I will do a good job in the investigation. We'll ensure that no criminals escape the law of Lviv. Zen glanced at Leva for the last time, then gave a classical farewell salute and turned to leave. Her figure was like an okay, I get it, she's elegant. Elegant silhouette, quickly blending into the night of Lviv. Eric. After confirming that Zen and her troops have withdrawn, Eva quickly put away the mocking expression on her face and turned to look in the direction where Voimosna and Alva had finally disappeared. I didn't expect it to really be them. Defy, what do you really want to do? So her name is Igla? After blowing on the deck of the Elmo for a while. Blowing on the deck? Okay. I started walking towards the command center. The dolls who were watching the excitement through the glass just now had disappeared without a trace, leaving only Mei Ling and I, who were inspecting the drone, and Naku to say hello. He's not smoking, guys. Returning to the command room, perhaps sensing that I wanted to be alone, Rosa brewed me a cup of coffee and then announced that she had gone to inspect the newly delivered goods from the black merchant. I took a sip of coffee and sat at the command center. I took out the card I just received and glanced at the route displayed on the command center. It was still half a day away from entering the satellite city area of Lviv. During this period, they kept leaving the Elmo again and again, and each time they left, nothing good happened. I sighed, threw down the card, hugged my head with both hands, and looked up. The flying soldier ants had already hovered my head at some point. Oh, that sounded real hot, not gonna lie. Commander, why are you looking so worried again? Don't scare me for nothing. I thought, Commander, you must be in a good mood now that you just finished chatting with Krueger. How did she come to this conclusion? As you see? Soldier ants, okay. The diner gate flew over the card placed at the table, circled around it, and projected Dandelion's figure. You sound hot, I had to. Thanks for super chat. This is the highest level identification pass of the Lviv region. Having this card means that, Commander, you can go anywhere without any obstacles, even if you are carrying weapons and tactical dolls. No one will dare to inspect you. There can be such a pass? There are many officials who need free passage, and no one wants to be inspected casually. Can I take a look at this card? I raised the card, and the diner gate's eyes emitted scanning lines that penetrated the entire card. This card contains 20 anonymous free access identities, booking information for a 5-star presidential suite in Lviv, and electronic keys to several buildings around the hotel. Krueger knows you very well and has already arranged your itinerary for you. After all, without weapons and dolls, the commander may not even dare to disembark from the Elmo. It's long-winded. I made a gesture to drive away the obstructing dinner gate. I picked up the card again and thought about what Krueger has said to me before. It's true that things are different now, but bounty hunters in the Yellow Zone can't change anything. If I had greater authority, perhaps the dolls around me wouldn't have to risk their lives. They would be able to deal with more and bigger problems than they do now. However, even with Krueger and Kalina, the Namfa, and even the entire organization of the League, I have an unconscious aversion. Especially that person. As soon as they remembered the last phone call before leaving Griffin, the frustration and anger in his heart gradually climbed up. Dandelion looked at my expression, tilted her head, then decided to say something. Speaking of Lviv, during this period, I have further analyzed the information previously investigated in the Yellow District Underground Research Institute, Commander. Are you interested in listening? Go ahead and say it. The people on the ground have been subjected to many outrageous actions, and through database of companions, corresponding cases can be found in previous law enforcement archives, indicating that this experiment has been conducted for a long time. Of course, the most valuable information for us is that, based on the information downloaded at the time, the personnel and testing process of the underground subjects were basically classified. and these important classification information are regularly sent outward, with the sending addresses pointing to several fixed nodes. Can the nodes be traced? Commander, you know that kind of dark black merchant information transmission services involves millions of transfers and disguises, making it extremely difficult for ordinary people to be traced back. But you're not an ordinary person, are you? As I had anticipated, Dandelion smiled with satisfaction, raised an eyebrow, and said in a proud manner, "That's natural. Even UNRC's network intelligence agency would have to spend a year or a half to crack this level of information. But I cleverly swapped some of the computing power for early while dealing with another project, so it took a few days to solve it." Is it really okay to do that? For now, it's just a minor issue. In short, after tracing back, the nodes for information collection are all related to the project called Amusement Park Plan, which directly points to the developers and funders behind it, the Girard Group. And the headquarters of the Girard Group is located in Lviv. Lviv. Can we trace it back to the collaboration between the Girard Group and Paradise and undertake experiments related to Helena and Bezrium? I don't think Girard Group has a great ability to do all those things. In addition to Girard, there is also a constantly emerging information called the Babin Group. Although the frequency is much lower than Girard, according to the information found, Babin's strength is not only one level higher than Girard's. From the current situation in Lviv, Girard may just be an external protective shell, looking like it could be abandoned at any moment. So Girard's just a scapegoat? Isn't the public trial led by Namfa of no substantial significance for resolving Paradise? That's not necessarily the case. After all, Girard is the main source of capital flow, and killing Girard is like cutting off one of the major arteries. Besides, without a white glove and no one to execute it, Paradise's efficiency will decrease significantly, which is also a good thing. Well, it's better to remove an accomplice than not change anything at all. So, what do you plan to do next, Commander? I lifted my chin and nodded lightly. Maybe the situation is indeed moving towards the better side, and maybe it's time for me to make some changes. Can you collect information from Lviv, whether it's about the Girard Group or Namfa? Next, I want to see firsthand how the Girard Group will be handled. Do you want to return to your former companions? Not really. I just want to observe right now. Can you help me design a course of action and plan? My general idea is as follows. I roughly drew my own idea on paper. The diner gate flew in a circle in the air, and Dandelion took back the image. Let's follow your idea. Just in case, prepare these three set of plans. It's not difficult this time. Can you give them now? Now? With your computing power, this second matter should be solved in just 1 second, right? You're still forcing people to do things as usual. I'll take it as a promise from you. I took the communicator and quickly establish contact. Commander? Let 404 Zukuro and the Monsoon team join you in the command center. I have something to discuss with everyone. Does Commander want to personally enter Lviv? I really can't hide it from you, huh? Understood. I'll call them now. After a while, the figures walked into the command room, and the scene was almost the same as that as the preparation meeting before the war. The dolls were chatting with each other about the previous tasks, and I saw that they had all arrived. They walked up to the command center and coughed lightly. The dolls immediately quieted down and looked at me in unison. I sorted out my thoughts and began to speak. We are approaching the outskirts of Lviv. Mr. Krueger just came to visit and gave me a high authority pass. So I want to enter Lviv, complete the task previously assigned to me by Kalina, and investigate all the information related to Paradise. We knew, Commander, that you must want to go there. Other dolls nodded in agreement. Everyone is very worried about Helena's situation. Manager and the others don't know what's going on now. The dolls began to discuss again, but the discussion didn't last long, and they quickly threw the questions to me. What does the commander want us to do? I opened the area map on the command center, and the dolls approached to look at that map. I want to divide everyone into 3 groups for action. A group will join me in the city to participate in the upcoming operations related to Namfa. The second group enters the city as a rapid response force and is responsible for collecting intelligence within the city. 3 groups are responsible for ensuring the safety of the surrounding area and supporting the evacuation operations of Group 1 and Group 2. I'll say Group 3 is responsible. Yeah. Let Dandelion introduce the details of the action. The diner gate flew over the command center and everyone's attention was focused on her. Hey, this operation is like traveling and sightseeing. The Elmo will stop at the edge of the green zone barrier, with a group led by the commander and flanked by Kolfin and Groza as close guards. But the route will be taken by an intercontinental train into the Lviv city area, from where there are not many satellite cities to transfer to. Theoretically, with a pass, it should be smooth sailing. Okay. The second group needs to prepare vehicles, bring weapons and equipment into the city, set up a safe house, and be responsible for monitoring the situation near the first group. In my opinion, the second group will be led by Kukai with the 404 team and the Monsoon team working together. The commander will stay at this hotel, which is a backup location for several safe houses near the hotel. The second team needs to step on all of them. We are not familiar with Lviv, and information about the local roads, layout, and social situation should be collected as much as possible for the commander to make decisions. In addition, the emergency evacuation plan is also prepared by Group 2. Although we do not expect the worst to happen, being prepared is always better than not. This small matter is just a piece of cake for 404. We will cooperate with Captain Kukai on our end, and if there is anything that needs to be communicated with humans, you can leave it to us. Group 3 needs to keep the helicopter ready to take off at any time, and the passengers of the Elmo need to be taken care of. The 2 of you, please be on standby at all times. Please support the remaining members of the Groza team as well. We'll arrange everyone in Elmo. You say that. We will also protect the Elmo. I've already sent you the map, route, and other detailed information. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. Everyone nodded in unison. The adults assigned to different tasks began to further refine their plans in their minds, while the team members who needed to cooperate also began to communicate. The objectives of this operation are divided into several parts. Firstly, to ensure the self-delivery of Helena, and ensure her safety. If she is not safe enough, we will ensure her safety if necessary. Secondly, monitor the situation of the Girard group and cooperate with the NAMFA to take containment actions against the Girard group. The most important thing is to collect intelligence related to parodies as much as possible and uncover the chain behind the Helena and Berzium. Or is it Bujum experiments? Yeah, it's probably Bujum experiments. In half a day, the Elmo will arrive in the vicinity of Lviv. Let's start preparing. After erasing their work, the dolls began to make their own preparations. Kukai didn't leave immediately, but when she saw that the doll had already walked almost, she approached me and began to say, "For the candidates for state security guard, I think I..." Halfway through speaking, Kukai looked towards Groza, who was now focused on the map on the command post. "I think, Commander, you need to communicate with Captain Groza." Thank you for the reminder. Kukai nodded at me and walked out of the command room. I walked up to Groza and she looked up at me. "And what happened just now? Are you hesitant about the arrangement?" Either. No, just... Just what? I'm not very good at dealing with humans, and my advantages cannot be fully utilized by entering the city. And now there are more combat-capable dolls being on board the Elmo, so there may be better candidates for the commander's escort. I scratched my head, although Groza never shows. It was obvious that she was still angry at my words at the time. She still had the same expression as usual, but her eyes were staring straight at me, which made me carefully consider my wording. After entering Lviv, I need a partner who can cooperate seamlessly with me. There is no more suitable candidate than you. And this time is different from last time. Last time because both the Elmo and the 414 squad needed you. Without you as captain, none of the previous tasks could have been completed. Our manpower has been greatly expanded this time, and the personnel are not as tight as before. In that case, taking action with me is the best choice. I see. Rosa turned her gaze away and looked back at the command center. I feel a sense of relief that I escaped disaster. Commander, have you thought it through? I nodded. I can't sit idly by. Okay. Rosa lifted her head again and smiled at me calmly. I can tell, Commander, you already made up your mind. Then follow your thoughts, Commander. Rosa looked out the window at the scenery, and I followed her gaze towards the distance. As the Ummel advances, the road continues to stretch. Perhaps it's time to take a whole new step. Alright. Huh. I may actually get done with this part today. Survived another yandere route. What's Sabrina doing? She's chilling. No. Oh wow, that was just a stage? There was no cutscene? Maybe this next cutscene's super duper long. Wow. The hurried footsteps create a rhythmic splash of water, and the sound forms a regular echo in the open underground passage system. In narrow and complex channel systems, these sounds can be transmitted over considerable distances, but it is difficult to identify their true source. Imagine if Tinder still existed in 2074. The underground maintenance system in Lviv is completely different from traditional impressions. There is almost no order in this complex underground tunnel network, and the water flowing in the waterway is purified water through multiple stages. Each connection point and ventilation opening is precisely designed to ensure the efficient operation of the entire system. All of this is thanks to the fully automated maintenance project deployed by the Duel group. The entire system requires almost no human maintenance on a daily basis, and even if regular inspections are needed, only a small number of professionally trained human beings need to be dispatched to perform routine maintenance protocols. Since the establishment of the WAL satellite city, and maybe that's Lviv, there have never been any security vulnerabilities or operational failures in the underground system. And today, obviously, is not the day for routine inspections as planned. Imprint got rid of them. But the situation is still not very optimistic. Please provide detailed information. Alba checked the condition of her weapon, removed the magazine, and pulled the bolt handle smoothly. A bullet popped out of the bolt and was caught by her empty hand. She pressed the bullets into the removed magazine, took out another bundle of bullets and pressed them in one round at a time. After filling the magazine, she reloaded it into a weapon chamber. The battle between you and that doll, I have already checked all the evacuation routes. All routes leading to the second evacuation point have been blocked, and the Duel group has deployed a considerable number of armed machinery. Engaging with them will affect the progress of our mission. Plus, that doll. Alba rarely hesitated, not knowing how to describe what she just witnessed. She witnessed the entire process with her own eyes. Voimasna. Alva. AK-15. Or, hold on. Voimasna Alvin. Or Alla? Voimasna aka AK-15. The most powerful doll in the entire Soviet Union and the most powerful doll in the world. That one is it can be a little bit contentious, but most will tend to agree. It's just like there's like there's some competition, like just a tiny bit. In the 1-1 confrontation for the first time, she did not gain any advantage and was even suppressed by the opponent. This is not the first time, in fact. Voimasna lost once, a long time ago. Just once. Which had a heavy and profound impact on her. I mean, she lost twice? But the second time was like very fucked up, so I'm assuming they made one-on-one combat. Would an N4 beat her though? Through Ichi's fully activated, yeah, just because of her electronic warfare. Ichi doesn't use that, then it would be very difficult for M4 to beat AK-15. It's not impossible, but it'd be very, very difficult. It'd be, I would say it'd be just as difficult as it was for AK-12. She has been partnering with Voimasna for 10 years, even longer than her time with her ex Snowwolf. But at the moment, she didn't know how to speak. She didn't know what Voimasna would think. The target doll's elemental performance has indeed surpassed mine. And with the current conditions, I have no absolute certainty of directly conflicting with her. Voimasna's voice remained calm, without any emotional fluctuations, as if she was just stating an objective fact. I thought you need time to adjust. We are carrying out the task and do not have any extra time for emotional processing. Besides, I don't feel discouraged. When I lost to you, I was depressed for several years. It wasn't that long. The progress of the primitive body is an irreversible process. God's design is enough to keep me in this state even 10 years later. Voimasna paused for a moment and spoke again in a calm tone. Even without being the strongest, I am still AK-15. I am still Defy. Alpha smiled and lowered her head, shaking it. I didn't expect you to comfort me instead, and that's really embarrassing. Alpha lifted her head and looked at Voimasna's calm face, quickly returning to her usual state. I received a message from Kevin and her. That doll is called Needle. She's Igla, yeah. That humanoid is called Igla and belongs to the 3rd generation of the Duel group. It is said that she has the title of the strongest 3rd generation doll within the consortium. This won't change your actions. Is there still a possibility of implementing the plan? The risk is too unstable when carrying O-43. so I want to make some adjustments to the plan. Alba sent her adjusted plan to Voimasno, who frowned slightly upon seeing it. Although the sewer system was indeed a blind spot area that the doll initially did not notice. But with her demonstrated commanding ability, it is only a matter of time before she can encircle and narrow the encirclement around after the integration and adjustment. Does she has trouble showing emotions? Yes. She was specifically trained, or maybe not trained, maybe more programmed, to act as a weapon by Shaw, our creator. But she is very capable of showing emotions. I'll just put it that way. You just need to put her in like the right situation, if you know what I mean. But we have successfully separated from direct contact, and your decision is correct. Temporarily. No matter how complex the underground passage system is, it is still in limited space with predictable entrances and exits. So I decided to abandon the plan and have Kevin take over 043 and evacuate her. The alert level in Lviv is already high, and it's better for him to be alive for everyone. Implementing your own plan with 043 is too risky. Our task should be given the highest priority, and I think the box can be handed over to Namfa for processing. I didn't originally want to say these things, but I specifically asked her to investigate intelligence related to 043. The result is that Oleg Gerard, the president of the Gerard Group, has already reached a cooperation agreement with Namfa. There's a settlement. I don't think we're going to court, guys. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why Namfa deliberately sent a part of the amusement park plan, the 043, which is not an exaggeration to call a dangerous object, to Lviv and under Gerard's nose. Are they also involved? No, I don't think it'll come to that. I believe in their conscience. But it is also a fact that the Namfa and Gerard have reached a consensus. They belong to the Namfa, but they cannot represent it. So Namfa has no reason to shield Gerard Group. Indeed, that is just one possibility, and I believe the greater possibility is that the so-called cooperation is due to Gerard Group surrendering to the Namfa in order to prevent itself from becoming a scapegoat. However, for security reasons, we cannot easily trust Namfa as an organization without intelligence confirmation. That is also her opinion. I think she needs to give judgment. Your plan is too risky. At least she should provide intelligence support. Alva sighed. I don't want to disturb her. Not only for safety reasons, but also because it is a critical period now, and she may only be close to uncovering the secrets of the Consortium and Paradise. We can't drag our feet. However, there is indeed no better way now. It may take very little time for her to provide the precise location of that person and a coordinate. Until now, the best way to win in this situation is to directly hit the key point in a way that the other party cannot imagine. Agreed. Not a plea deal, because it's not even going to go to court. Alba takes out the communicator again, which looks like a Rubik's Cube. Voimasno was silently watching her from the side when suddenly she opened her mouth and asked, Will the Rubik's Cube speak as long as it turns to the right position? Of course not. This is designed based on the hexadecimal algorithm logic as efficient and physical connected path to increase isolation and confidentiality. I was suddenly looked up. Wait a minute, were you joking just now? Wait, Masuna, are you worried about me? Masuna closed her eyes. If she knew you had learned this, she would definitely feel relieved. She would mock me. After finishing her sentence, Masuna remained silent again, showing a resistant posture. Alva gently shook her head. Her mouth slightly curved upwards, and then turned her attention back to the Rubik's Cube in front of her. She stretched her fingers, extending a miniature data interface from her fingertips, precisely connecting to the secure port of the terminal. She stretched out her fingers, and her fingertips popped out thin, hair-like auxiliary fingers again, as if they had spirituality, and autonomously inserted them into the Rubik's Cube. Data stream interacted with the mind of Alva's body, along with the auxiliary finger, and Masuna watched quietly, occasionally using her wolf eye to alert both sides of the channel. The Rubik's Cube gradually lights up, and the link over there has been successfully activated. Masuna cast a questioning glance at Alva, but remained silent. After a few seconds of processing time, she finally spoke up. Masuna, well, that's gonna be hard to get used to, but AK-15 has cared about AN-94 since the beginning, to be completely honest. But she's always treated herself as a weapon because that was what she was programmed to do. Back during Girls Frontline 1, they did have a talk. A short one, and AK-15 sounded like AK-15, but she did say that, or she did directly tell AN-94 that she is a worthy member of Task Force Defy. Just straight up. So she's always cared. I need a glass of vodka. Masuna furrowed her brow slightly, although suppressing the urge to inquire. Her gaze moved back and forth between the communication terminal and Alva's furrowed brow. Yeah, AK-15 is a good person. They just had a shitty mom. Like, just straight up. Like, that's like, when I say that, I don't meme about it. I actually am quite serious about that. Task Force Defy just had a very shitty mom. After a long silence, Masuna finally decided to ask. However, at this moment, the bright light in Eve's eye suddenly extinguished, and at the same time, the auxiliary fingers extending between her fingers quickly retracted. You think AK-15 regrets about 94 in the past? She gives the vibe that she does regret it, but she doesn't have the heart to actually just directly say that. She just tries to fix it by saying that 94 is a good T-doll. Trying to make up for what she did. Nadia was the better moment. The rescue fell to the ground, making a crisp and a faint explosion sound, and the built-in emergency disruption program erased everything. The signal was intercepted and tracked. Before Voigtmasna asked, Alva had already provided a concise and clear report on the situation. Her expression became unusually serious, and after a brief pause, she quickly stood up and began to move in one direction. The information of the target coordinates has been obtained, but our position has also been exposed. We will continue to advance towards the Eternal Channel. Voigtmasna responded briefly without any extra words, quickly grabbing Helena's cabin and adjusting it to the optimal weight-bearing posture. Okay. Is AK-15 someone who has destroyed people with her words in the past? She's not the type to use words to destroy things. In a highly integrated tactical command room, the blue light from multiple layers of display screens illuminates the faces of dedicated technicians, and buzzing sound of various data analysis and communication monitoring equipment creates a unique battlefield atmosphere. Target communication signal tracking interrupted. Duration 1.24 seconds. 1.24 seconds. Quite agile response speed. Impressive. Standing elegantly in front of the main console with a brand new uniform without any wrinkles and behaving calmly as if enjoying a wonderful performance. Damn. Preliminary signal analysis showed that the signal source connected to the dolls appears to be located within the internal network of the group. This is indeed a logical interference. Of course, it's within the group. You already know? Did elegant stick? I'm not sure. Someone had to make it. Considering the recent capture operation, we have made the most comprehensive arrangements and plans. Even some special technologies that are not easy to disclose publicly were used, but under such circumstances, our actions still made mistakes. May I ask if there is an appropriate explanation for the reason behind this? Indeed. In theory, such a comprehensive plan and deployment should be flawless. The plan has indeed never been made public, but within the group, a small number of special personnel have access to it. For the purpose of testing, there are objects with varying degrees of existence and potential of knowledge. What is the simplest interference? Or what's the simplest inference of this situation? Internal information leakage? A fairly accurate statement. Igla elegantly turns around and returns to her commanding position, hands folded on the table with a dignified and composed posture. Her gaze fell on the constantly updated sewer topographic map on the display screen, as well as the gradually shrinking search area they were narrowing down. Her expression was calm as water, but deep inside her eyes, his light similar to that of Alva entering an analytical state was flickering. Is she an internal traitor or a long-term undercover spy? How long is the incubation time? How much key intelligence has been obtained? What has been transmitted to the outside? Neo's gaze remained gentle and polite, but anyone who knew her could feel the anger beneath that elegant surface. Although this may be a necessary question, it still makes me unnecessary to ask. Let's go with it. Roll with it. Can an internal signal source be traced? No, it's not possible. The interruption speed is too fast. We don't even have time to trace back. That's right. Iglo politely nodded to the security guard and walked outside the command room. She took out a beautifully packaged communicator, frowned, and pressed the call button. Upon received your contact, Miss Igla. How was it? Did you mess up? What you wanted hasn't taken away. We are tracking it. It's exactly the same as I predicted. You didn't believe me before, eh? I wish I could have known something to bet on. Igla furrowed her brow again, adjusted her emotions, and continued to speak to the communicator. I have found the location of the box as you predicted, and the dolls who have came to snatch it are indeed them. Disobedient. Hey, those two... Oh, defy. Disobedient. Defy. Hey, those two dolls are not easy to deal with at all. Even if you are the strongest third-generation doll, don't underestimate them. You're joking. I'll be fully prepared to deal with them. I was just thinking, can you use the box they took away to continuously locate those two dolls? I don't even know what the box is. How can I place an order? Oh wait, did you just say that you found location of the box? Yes. Their external communication was intercepted by us, and now we can determine a rough coordinate. The Girard group, where they are located, should be equipped with signal amplification devices, and you should be able to use them to forcibly connect that box. That's true. I'll take action right away. Ah, I found it. The connection was successful, and I sent the location over. Why don't you give them some more trouble? Guys, all of your suggestions makes you think you guys should just keep saying RPK. Like, yeah, the voice is RPK, obviously. A little trouble? Although they are powerful dolls, they must be at a loss in the face of such a situation. Just thinking about it makes me seem very interesting. Anyway, this will slow down their movement speed. Please hurry up and catch them, Miss Powerful Doll. RPK is everyone, yet nobody. The church is working. But if I recognize the voice, that should be the Nito from the start of the story. It sounded like her. The dull sound of water droplets echoed into this open sewer passage. The surface of the metal wall, which had undergone precision engineering treatment, was also covered with several charred marks left by ammunition, clearly recording the recent exchange of fire. The scent of disinfectant that used to pervade the air now has a faint smell of gunpowder, reminding the two of what happened here not long ago. Alva and Voimasnas sat against the wall, their combat uniforms already soaked and their several bullet holes and with several bullet holes appearing out of thin air. A silver gray cabin lay quietly on the side. Even after fierce battles, there was still no scratch on the surface. Voidmasta remained silent, just checking the weapon in her hand, which occasionally made a metallic friction sound. Alva twirled her slightly charred sideburns with one hand, contemplating her next move. Even though the enemy surrounded her repeatedly, she remained calm enough, as if everything had been calculated by her. They just look sad. The two remained silent until Voidmasta completed the weapon inspection, looked up at her partner, and spoke calmly and firmly. Destruction. And she did say Hakai, so that is destruction. That is not. What? Alva paused for a moment, seeming not quite understanding what the words her partner suddenly uttered meant. According to your plan, we are not fully confident that we can hold into this box. The box slows down our movement speed and hinder our efficiency in executing the plan. And if it is taken back to the Gerard group, the risk it brings are incalculable. Voidmasta glanced at the cabin placed not far away. So by destroying it, we can increase operational efficiency and speed up plan execution, while also cutting out the possibility of Paradis using it to complete the amusement park project. That is the most reasonable choice. Voidmasta's voice was deep, as if she had guessed that Alva would not be willing, but she still spoke up. No way. As expected by Voidmasta, Alva firmly refused. This has been the case in the past as well. Voidmasta's advice, sometimes adopted by Alva, sometimes not. 10 years have passed, and she is no longer the doll she used to be. Now even she cannot easily shake Alva's decision. Alva looked seriously at Voidmasta now. In the past, she could never fathom Voidmasta's thoughts. In front of her, she was only uneasy, as if facing a cold piece of steel. But gradually, she finally understood why that person always said that Voidmasta was actually someone who couldn't hide her feelings. Her emotions are simple and easy to understand. I understand your considerations, but this is not our way of doing things. Moreover, the specific content of the amusement park plan is still an unknown variable. The specific function and role of O43 as its core component are not yet clear. Even her intelligence network cannot provide complete information. Rushing to destroy it may lead to unforeseen chain reactions. I believe the risk of destruction is lower than the risk of the operation failing and Gerard regaining her. Alva is still very patient. No matter what function she has as an O43 or what role she takes on in any plan, she herself is just an inexperienced little girl. No matter what Paradis and Gerard try to use it for, she herself is innocent. You remember how we met Anna? Miss when I officially returned to the submarine base. She was a failed product of the Paradis experiment. We found her and her other sisters with Angie. Angie's choice was to save them, which is her choice and also Defy's choice. We cannot harm innocent children, Voidmasta. This goes against our original intention of doing all of this. If you prioritize saving lives, we can abandon this mission and have Kevin assist us in evacuating. We don't have another chance. So the conclusion can be easily deduced. We have a task that must be completed, and our current capabilities are insufficient to hold onto this box. If Paradise were to regain her, the torment she would endure would be far greater than it is now. Destruction is a kind of kindness. What are you, beers? The argument between the two was suddenly interrupted by a crisp childlike voice, and the source of the voice was between them. Both of them were startled at the same time, instinctively transitioning from a resting posture to a combat posture, while following the sound and turning to the source of the sound. They saw that the silver-gray cabin, which was originally standing still on the side, had opened at some point. A doll-like little girl walked out of it. Behind her, the cabin itself split into countless small parts, which then divided into 3 spheres. Under the action of the magnetic force, they gathered together and became 3 metal spheres, floating beside the little girl. The girl's small figure peeked out and from behind the metal ball, waving her fist and shouting excitedly. Alva recognizes this is Helena, the immune system, the fully immune individual with the codename 043 mentioned in the information. The expression on her face was innocent and naive, obviously unaware of what those 2 words meant to Eve and Alpha just now. Eve and Alpha. To Alva and Voimasa just now, as well as to herself. How did... This word is so cool. Commander, what does destruction mean? Commander? Where am I? Who are you? Looking around, everything around had a huge difference from her memory, and a wave of fear surged from Helena's heart. Seeing the gaze of the 2 dolls falling on her, Helena quickly took a few steps back, and the 3 metal balls beside her immediately reorganized into a simple barrier, covering her body behind only a pair of alert eyes. What happened? The cabin should require a special sequence to be opened. Or forcibly opened remotely. Our situation is already very dangerous. The other party can clearly connect to her. I think the risk has escalated to extremely high. My judgment is that the risk is controllable and we need to continue to protect her. Helena remained on alert behind the metal barrier, her eyes constantly scanning back and forth between the 2, as if assessing their threats. The 3 metal balls trembled slightly, as if ready to make a defensive or offensive responses at any moment. When Voimbasa's wolf eyes scanned Helena, in the sphere beside her, a huge amount of failed analysis data appeared, but she didn't care. After all, such incidents haven't been so rare in the past decade. Voimasa moved forward slightly, wanting to investigate further, but her actions triggered Helena's defensive reaction. Don't move! Helena's voice was full of fear, but with a hint of threat, and the 3 metal balls immediately adjusted their positions to form a more aggressive array. The wolf eye system triggered a massive alarm, and Voimasa was unusually trapped in place. Please remain still. He seems very sensitive to us, especially to your movements. Voimasa stopped her movements and looked at the little girl, who was clearly in a high state of stress, with a slightly confused expression. Alva tried to speak in a gentler tone, trying to lower it from his guard. We won't harm you. We are actually protecting you. You don't seem like good people. Helena's metal ball shook even more violently, indicating her emotional instability. We did take away from original place, but that was to protect you. Alba furrowed her brow as if realizing something. By the way, Commander, it was the Commander who asked us to take care of you. Commander? His attitude was loosened slightly, and the brightness of the 3 metal balls charging has weakened, but still maintains a high level of vigilance. No, you're scammers! That's funny. Where's Commander? The Commander will come pick you up later. There's an important task that the Commander needs to handle now, so don't worry, okay? Really? Yes. Then you can go back to the Elmo. I and this person are both dolls who have been commanded by the Commanders before. Please trust us. Dolls, dolls. Dolls. Probably okay? Hannah put down her hands that were blocking her chest, and the metal balls immediately followed its height, looking like it didn't shoot in. Looking like it's not going to shoot anymore. Do you remember what happened before? A place like a mine, an underground ritual venue. What happened inside? Lena tilted her head and didn't seem to understand what Alba meant. After thinking for a moment, Alba decided to try her luck from a different perspective. Yeah, do you know what the Uzenpar plan is? Yes, clearly she does. However, just hearing the word, or the phrase Uzenpar plan made Helena's body visibly stiff. The metal ball suspended around her suddenly stopped all movements. No, don't say that word! Eva saw a clear flash of pure fear in Helena's eyes. Her small hands tightly grasped the edge of the barrier, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably, making faint cries of fear. Don't go back! Don't do it! Boy must have sensed Helena's fear, but she lacked experience in how to deal with this emotional response. She maintains a cautious posture while turning her head back to turn her head to look at Alba. It's okay, Helena. I assure you that we will not let anyone take you back to that place. And Alba more skillfully and gently comforted the restless little girl. She tentatively extended her hand and gently grasped Helena's hand. Although it was just a simulation, her body temperature was effectively transmitted to Helena's palm. I promise. Really? Of course it's true. Do you want to hook it up? Full hook? That's it. After pulling the hook, I will definitely keep my promise. Alba hooks Helena's finger with their tail. Oh, okay. Pinky promise. Are you afraid of something called the Uzenpar plan? Helena's softly calm emotions visibly became nervous again when Alba mentioned the Uzenpar plan again. She shook off Alba's hand and took several steps back in succession. Happy plan bad. Helena. I was squatted in place, not chasing Helena, but patiently whispering softly. We also believe it's a terrible thing. So we need to go and stop it. But if you don't even know what it is, you can't do it. If you know anything, would you please tell us? Please. Strange. Strange? Strange woman. Open the door. Door? Where's this door? And just when Alva went to further inquire, suddenly, a loud bang came from deep in the passage, breaking the suffocating silence and interrupting Alva's thoughts. The shockwave generated by the explosion quickly spread with gravel and particles, causing significant damage to the channel structure. Multiple walls were blasted through, forming irregular holes, and gravel and dust fell densely. Aiden let us a scream of terror, and 3 metal balls made irregular high-frequency vibrations, clearly in some form of emergency defense mode. Woodboston quickly turned towards the direction of the explosion source and entered a state of full alert. The Wi-Fi system activated a full frequency scan in an attempt to assess the level of threat approaching. Search force has fallen into our trap. Retreat! The fuck happened? Helena woke up. That's what happened. They bit very hard. It seems that our whereabouts have indeed been exposed. The evacuation point has been marked. Received. Be careful. I will be responsible for protecting the target. Give me one moment. Get my phone real quick. In the narrow passage, the original sound of water flow is completely masked by moving noise, replaced by 3 sets of footsteps of direct frequencies and breathing rhythms influenced by environmental pressure. The walls along the way are covered with bullet holes and burn marks, and the metal structure layer is precisely penetrated to expose the reinforced concrete inside. Multiple bullet craters and thermal weapons burn marks form an irregular tactical trace map. The ground is scattered with shell casings and fragments. A mess. Several emergency lights flicker on and off, illuminating the tired figures of Alva and Voimosina. Helena maintains a safe distance from Voimosina, with metal balls hovering around her to form a mobile defense barrier. However, compared to the initial complete rejection, she now allows Voimosina to move within a range of at least 3 meters without activating a defensive response. Her body language still exudes vigilance, but the hostility in her eyes had diminished. Voimosina suddenly stops moving forward, turns around and faces her way, and the Wolf Eye system activates to remote voice print analysis module. The sound waves of the pursuing troops' advance have been accurately captured and analyzed, indicating that the enemy is gradually approaching in tactical formation. At the same time, regular sounds could also be heard from other directions, indicating that the other party had already grasped their position and formed a surrounding network. Voimosina casually disposed of the severed limbs of the combat machine that attached her, and then touched the military knife that had been broken at the waist, with only the handle remaining. With her current combat parameters, it is theoretically feasible to forcibly break through the purple blockade line, but if the third-generation humanoid known as Igla rushes to the scene, once caught in direct combat, she would not be able to spare any energy to cover Alva and protect Helena. What's up, Voimosina? At this moment, Alva also noticed her companion stopped steps. She stood a few steps ahead and turned around to cast a questioning glance. She's here. I'll cut it later. Voimosina's voice is low and firm. He's here? Alva pondered further. You take Helena out of the encirclement. No, wait until I defeat her before you continue your plan. Voimosina stubbornly adhered to her tactical judgment and did not easily accept Alva's decision as usual. Alva didn't immediately refute, but suddenly fell silent for a few seconds, with a complex gleam in her eyes. Her expression became unusually focused, turning her head as if she was engaged in some kind of thinking. Your assessment is correct, Voimosina. I agree with this judgment. But I need to correct a key parameter. A key parameter? Someone really needs to defeat that third generation doll. But the executor will be me, not you. Voimosina's wolf eyes instantly widened, showing extreme confusion and disagreement. The decision completely went against their tactical division of labor and action patterns over the past decade, exceeding all of our preset tactical plans. Voimosina is in a dilemma. She wants to express more opposing opinions, but the vocabulary she has seemed to be unable to provide a civil way of expression. That's unreasonable. I'm the combat unit. Exactly. You are the best candidate to protect Helena. And I'm waiting for you to make the final breakthrough. Research laboratory is located directly above here, waiting for my message. Alva's eyes revealed a resolute and unquestionable confidence, and Voimosina understood that she had no other choice but to obey and trust her decision at this moment. Okay. Voimosina nodded at... No, not Voimosina, but Alba nodded at Voimasna and walked up to Helena, gently stroking her hair to calm her down. She pointed in the direction of Voimasna and said to her in the gentlest possible voice, "Although this big sister doesn't look nice, she is actually a very gentle figure. She'll take you to the commander. You just keep a close eye on her, okay?" Okay. Helena still had high vengeance towards Voimasna, but she also felt the urgency of the situation at the moment, so she cautiously ran behind Voimasna. Voimasna ran the opposite direction with Helena, and before leaving, she turned back to Alba and said, Wu Yin is bursting. I don't know what that translates to. Alba checked the gun barrel and stood straight in the middle of the passage, waiting for the strongest doll to arrive.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Oh? High heels stomped on the concrete floor, echoing a crisp sound in the hollow passage. Surrounded by a group of combat machinery, the doll approached from afar. The pace of... Yeah, it's here. The pace of Igla is calm and rhythmic, with hands folded in front of the body and a beautifully designed tactical sword worn around the waist, exuding an elegant temperament that is out of place with the surrounding environment. She saw Alba standing in the center of the passage from a distance, seeming slightly surprised. What an unexpected arrangement. When she was about 15 steps away from Alba, she stood tall and dignified, as if welcoming a guest. Behind her, the combat machinery immediately deployed a standard tactical formation, with weapons aimed at Alba, ready to launch an attack at any time. Igla simply raised one hand and casually stopped these actions. I guess that after careful consideration of tactical decisions, you ultimately chose to carry out the post mission? Alba remained silent and did not respond to this very casual inquiry. As she expected, the third generation doll in front of her not only possessed outstanding combat abilities, but also had extremely high analytical skills and insight. I understand this silent tactical choice. Although you lack the ability to fight on the front lines, you could possess the noble qualities of sacrificing for the team. That spirit is truly admirable. Igla gently applauded. Alba still hasn't spoken. In this situation, every second of delay is a precious retreat time for Voimasna. Since the other party is willing to spend time having this conversation, she is naturally willing to cooperate. Concerning your courage, please allow me to offer a small courtesy. I am willing to wait here for a minute without any pursuit. Just 1 minute? As a tribute to your noble behavior. To be honest, if it weren't for my need to quickly recover the goods that were seized by those two individuals, the respect I show will go far beyond that. Underneath this elegant appearance lies such arrogance. Alba looked at the delicate face of the doll in front of her and lightly rubbed the trigger twice with the index finger. This is also a rare opportunity, isn't it? After all, it is an honor for me to have face-to-face communication with the members of the legendary Defy Squad. I had the privilege of studying some of your tactical records. Although these materials are quite limited due to your excellent concealment ability, they are enough to earn my sincere respect for the Defy Squad. As a second-generation doll, the performance of AK-15 is indeed impressive, as well as AK-12, your command core, and if I remember correctly, there's also a doll who truly embodies the word defiance. Even in the latest generation tactical dolls, there are only a few who can compete with them. Please forgive my rudeness, but who are you? I'm Alva. Oh yes, of course, Alva, AN-94, the tactical support unit of AK-12. Please forgive my negligence. Yeah, so she knew about, well, she knows about everyone, but the majority of the data was on the other three, including the RBK-16, and not necessarily AN-94, because she was just a support unit. Only someone like me who has a special concern for the Defy Squad can understand every member. Excellence is a respected quality, and the Defy Squad is undoubtedly a model of it. However, with all due respect, I've always been curious how a doll like you found its place in such a elite team known for excellence. Alva pursed her lips. It seems that you do have a fairly deep understanding of us. Your affirmation is my honor. Igla elegantly bowed slightly, like a gift. Excellent dolls always receive my sincere respect and attention. It deserves such recognition. The reputation of the Defy Squad is indeed difficult to ignore. We have indeed become famous 10 years ago, after what happened in Frankfurt. This is also the reason why we gave up our previous code names, pseudonyms, and other identities. Our concealment at that time has lost its meaning. And you're right, I am the weakest person in this team. Your honesty is admirable. Since that's the case, I can't help but ask, why didn't you choose to retreat? We had given you ample buffer time. From a tactical perspective, you can choose to escape. I am not particularly interested in you personally. What I'm really looking forward to is communication with AK-15. Or, do you believe that you possess a character that matches mine? I want to give it a try. A smile that was difficult to decipher appeared on the corner of Alva's mouth, with a subtle confidence in her tone. Moreover, from my assessment, it seems that your character does not quite match the rest of our team. Perhaps only I, the weakest doll in Defy, would be willing to reluctantly have a conversation with you. Bars. The perfect smile on Igla's face still remained, but a hint of coldness flashed deep in those eyes. Her expression did not show any significant change, but the atmosphere in the air subtly changed. Igla adjusts its standing posture and gently smoothed the cuff. Your confidence is impressive. It seems that you have a quite unique assessment of your abilities.
その自信の根拠
So please allow me to personally verify the foundations of this confidence. Taking an elegant step forward, the sound of high heels touching the ground creates a clear echo in the passage. Her hands finally parted from in front of her. Her left hand pulled out an exquisitely designed tactical sword from her waist, and her right hand took a finely crafted silver and gold handgun. The henchmen of Igla also raised the weapons one after another, aiming at Alva.
下がってください
One moment, please. But Igla just waved lightly again, stopping their movement, and their eyes never leave Alva.
手出し無用です
I want you to leave this alone. Cutscene?
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
We're at the very end. Yeah, I think we're literally at the last cutscene. Let me see. Yeah, we'll watch it. It's the very last one. The dull sound of water droplets echoed rhythmically in the open passage. The sewer branch has sufficient distance from the previous main battlefield and will not be directly pursued for the time being, forming a temporary buffer zone. Several damaged emergency lighting devices flicker and at irregular frequencies, providing only minimal environmental visibility. Wimwasna placed Helena in a concealed spot at the corner of the passage, while she stood against the wall, observing her surroundings and starting the system's rapid self-test program. Helena's metal ball remained in a defensive formation around her, keeping a watchful eye on every move made by Voimashina. She maintained the maximum safe distance from Voimashina, and in the absence of Alva, she was noticeably more nervous and guarded. Voimashina looked at Helena with a complicated expression. She sighed softly and punched the wall. Yeah, fuck that wall. A dull sound echoes in the passage. The metal structure instantly forms a noticeable depression. The concrete layer inside the wall cracks, and the dust spreads and distributes around the impact point. Helena was startled, and the three metal balls quickly formed a barrier. Her body was tense, her eyes filled with fear and vigilance, ready to respond to possible threats at any time. It seemed like if there's anything unusual about Voimashina, it's about to fire a gun. Or she's about to fire the gun. Voimashina noticed Helena's reaction, furrowed her brow, but did not make any soothing gesture. Our program does not include a module on how to establish trust and relationships with non-combat units. She has never been good at this and has never been responsible for it. She looked at Helena, her mind in confusion. Without Alva's guidance, she has faced a serious decision. She faced a serious decision-making dilemma. Voimashina took a deep breath to calm herself down. Although she is aware of Alva's plan, the plan itself also faces a high risk of failure. If we only consider the two of them, then even if there are risks, they may have ways to control them. But the problem now is still the existence in front of them. She must consider the possibility that even if there is a slight error in executing the task, 043 will inevitably fall into the hands of the Gerard and Paradis. For the current Defy Squad, she is undoubtedly a trouble and a burden. Her thoughts remain unchanged. Directly destroying O43 remains the most efficient and thorough solution. When Monster's gaze gradually turned to Helena. Directly executing the destruction, Gerard and Peridou's amusement park plan will forever lose the link, and no matter what role O43 plays in the plan, they will have to find another way. From the urgent encirclement and the pursuit of them, the role O43 cannot be easily replaced. By shedding this burden, she can also better utilize her abilities to assist Alva in completing the plan. You can even turn your head directly to help her deal with to deal with Igla and complete the plan in an original way. From any perspective, this is the most reasonable decision. As long as it's here. Helena remained vigilant, but the defensive formation of the metal ball slightly loosened. In addition to fear, there was also a hint of cautious observation from her expression. She is very sensitive to changes in emotions and atmosphere. You don't want anything to do with me, do you? The simple question is like a key that unlocks a locked area of White Monster's mind. She closed her eyes. I have a very powerful ball. Lena blocked the metal ball against her chest. Or, I think it means locked the metal ball against her chest. Pretending to have a confident aura.
Yeah.
No. Uematsu's answer was brief and direct. I've already promised her, so I will protect you well. At the same time, her tense body also slightly relaxed. Is she coming back? Lena was clearly referring to Alva. Although she was wary of both of them, the presence of the gentler and more charitable Alva seemed to establish a foundation of trust between them. She will come back. There is no uncertainty in Uematsu's answer. It's as if she was stating an established fact rather than hope or speculation. She slowly lowered her hand and made up her mind. She is a Defy member, and she will always be responsible for her promises. After conducting the full frequency scan on Uematsu's wolf eyes and confirming that the surrounding environment was temporarily safe, she took out a small device from her tactical backpack and began debugging. What is that? Lena's question still carries a hint of caution, but also mixed with a hint of curiosity. I need a swig. The metal ball maintains a defensive state, but is no longer as tight. It's a communication device. Uematsu answered briefly and began adjusting the device parameters. Communication? Not like a jammer? Uematsu glanced at Helena, this time just a little surprised that she actually understood such complex vocabulary. This is different. Is it? Yes. Unlike Alva's patience, Uematsu answered every question. It seemed more like she had no interest in the content and object of the conversation, just mechanically responding. But for her, this is already a remarkable progress. For Helena, Uematsu's response unexpectedly caught her eye, and the two of them chatted in brief and broken words. Destruction in paradise? What do you want? Yes?
計画あるのか。
The plan? Have? Monster remained answered. Monster's answers remained brief, but her attitude softened slightly. Lena slowly took a small step forward, although still maintaining a safe distance. This slight approach seemed to indicate the establishment of her initial trust with Voimasina. Voimasina watched Helena cautiously approach, and her mind began to recall what her former partner would do when faced with similar situations. After a brief thought, she reached out her hand and placed it on Helena's little head. Don't crush me! Like a frightened cat, Helena instantly retreated and once again hid behind the cover. Voimasina has made up her mind not to do things she's not good at anymore.
ここは危ない。移動する。
Please move. It's not safe here.
どこ行く？
Go where? Although she hid, Helena still spoke honestly with Voimasina
任務を終わらせに行く。
to complete the task. Voimasina answered briefly and stood up, ready to start executing Alva's plan. Helena hesitated and followed behind her, still maintaining vigilance but no longer showing hostility. A subtle trust seems to be sprouting between the two individuals with vastly different painting styles.
ついてこい。
Follow me closely. Voimasina suddenly uttered the sentence, her tone still stiff, but the content conveyed a promise. Helena didn't respond, just silently following behind her. Inside the steward, two figures, one big, one small, moved silently, one in front and behind the other. Okay, cool, that was it. Alright. Alright. That was good. Good start. I'm surprised it's 3 parts because the first part, like in the previous major event, part 1 was like 7 hours. So maybe they decided to split it apart because it was just too much for most people, maybe? Because that wasn't... Well, actually, I think I know what it is. Part 1 is going to be the shortest one. Part 2 is probably going to be long as fuck. And probably part 3 as well. So that's... I can see that. I can see that. But yeah, that was good. Yeah, we're waiting for part 2 now. When is that going to show up? Look, it says 3 days. Or 4 days, most likely. Yeah. So next Tuesday. Yeah, the Krueger moment, yeah. More or less, yeah. But unfortunately, I can't chat too much about it. I gotta start unwinding because I got work tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the morning, so I can't chat about it. I'll just say that this was good, and I'm looking forward to what's coming next. So I will. Yeah, I'll stream Tuesday. That should be fun. And I will see you guys then. Take care.